rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah.
Look, I was passing aggression, passive aggressiveness. I left him hanging like loose ties is loose ties. Either not, he begging to go or not. Depends on the situation, he going up like inflation. Fuck all the haters that said that he couldn't make it. My brother drowned in the lake, how could all you people mistake it? He fought hard for what he had, murderers holding guns. You worried about all the extra till water gets in your lungs, nigga. Hey, how could you do this shit? How could you do this when you know I'm going through this shit? Real shit, G shit, I really do this shit. I ain't about it, but you know I'm walking through this shit. Look,
8 rounds in the 45, it go down.
look,
8 rounds in the 45, it go down.
Look.
8 rounds in the 45, it go down.
yeah.
8 rounds in the 45, it go down.
Look.
8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 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 Yeah.
Fuck, I ran, I hit the dealer. Serving Coke 45 at the bleachers. About to follow for a follow, I'm the leader. Hit the bitch, then I pass, I don't need her. But don't call Peter. Like the Griffins with the lowest with the Peter. At the pops, he be smoking gasoline. I cannot fuck with these Ninas.
8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 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 8 rounds in the 45, it go down.
Made a house a home, got comfortable, no compromise. Hello, late night gang. Welcome on in. It is late night, so we are a gang, and we are doing the things that we typically do at this hour. It is going to be a power wash slop night, or as I like to refer to it, the night where I'm trying to peacefully enjoy beating my fun casual spraying game, and chat harasses me into an early retirement. That's probably what's going to happen tonight. I don't know. I'm excited to hang out, to vibe, to see what your new psyops are that you're trying to plant in the rest of the community to make them think that I'm something I'm not. But looking forward to just vibing. I had a weird day where Morgan and I were out running some errands because they actually plowed. It was so weird. We got a whiteout storm, a snow flurry storm that caused a whiteout for 2 minutes. And then it was gone, and it was clear skies. We actually had an opportunity as a city to clean up some of the snow today. So we were okay, we don't know when the snow is going to come back. Time to run out, get some groceries and everything. So we got back home a little bit late, had a little bit of a late dinner, but I'm here now. I'm excited to vibe, and I see so many familiar names in the chat already. So good to have you here. Let me say my hellos, and then we'll get started with the stream. By the way, if I don't see you the first time around, there is nothing personal in that. I will say hi to you the next time I see you in chat. And if you get more than one hello, I think that you're probably just extra super special. That's just the way things work out. Remy, good to have you here. Kim, so nice to have you. Hello, Chaos. Welcome on in. Paxton, welcome. What, you were going to put on a VOD of mine to fall asleep to? Fall asleep to this instead. It's Power Wash. We're just going to be vibing. It's going to be good. Shark, hello. Hi. Welcome. Merm, yo, what's up? Also, thank you, Rackalove, with the 17-month resub. Appreciate your support so very much. Thank you so much for supporting what I do. Phoebe, welcome on in. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining once more. Xander, always so lovely to see you here. Yo, what's up, Wormy? Oh my god, Becca's harassing the cat. He's upside down, clinging to her arm, stop. Morgan was doing that to Elsa earlier today, and Elsa has become, very vocal lately, which is really cute. But she was all me! She has this really funny meow when she's not, it's not that she's distressed, she's just being, bratty. It's very funny. Moldy, hello, hi. Anchors, yo, 25 whole years. Thank you for the 25 stream streak. Appreciate that so very much. Liz, yo, what's up? Oh my god, the Cintique's out for the first time in 2 years. I'm so proud of you. So proud of you. So happy to see this year be the year where people are yo, everything's on fire, so I might as well try to do the things that I want to do. Heck yeah, very happy. Great to see people getting back into art and writing and music and whatever other things that people are getting back into this year. We're falling back in love with ourselves. I think that's very important, everybody. Yo, what's up, Great Lady? Welcome on in. Actually above freezing today. Yeah, same here. Oh my goodness, it was so nice. It's weird to say, but it was so nice that it wasn't horrible weather the whole day. So yeah, were we able to catch up on sleep? I caught up on a little bit of sleep. Morgan did not, though. She's been having some health flare-ups with the bad weather. Also, the other side effect of how dry the winter is, dude, my boogers have been cement in my nose. It has been awful. I hate it. According to my Twitch, it's my 1-year anniversary of being a follower here. Cam, thank you for sticking around that long and supporting what I do. Lee, welcome on in. Hello, hi. Welcome, everybody joining. Ace of Snakes, hello, hi. Welcome. Xander with 210 years. My goodness. 210 years of stream streaking. Appreciate that. Yeah, booger cement. It feels like there's cement up in my nose. It's terrible. It makes my breathing awful. And then it just feels icky. It feels like everything is just clinging to the inside of my nose, really intensely. Mine have been between rubber cement and egg whites. It's so bad. It's so terrible. It's so dry right now. We constantly have to. We have multiple humidifiers in our house because we are familiar with New York winter, East Coast winter, where it just gets super dried out. So we have multiple humidifiers, but if we don't keep those topped up all the time, it is just it's living in an arid desert, minus the heat. So it's I guess an arid tundra. But it's just, God, between the cold causing flare-ups for Morgan's health, the weird pressure changes just making us both feel kind of weird, and then just the dry air, and then also on top of it, just it being freezing weather all the time. Awful crap. Just killing 10-minute believers. Y'all haven't survived for a while. I'm so sorry. You're ghosts at this point. Yeah, cold deserts. Yes, very, very accurate description. It is not my favorite thing. It is not my favorite thing at all. But hey, hi, welcome on in, everyone. It's so nice to have you. Thank you so much for joining me. Y'all are beautiful to see. You're looking so nice tonight. I know that some of you are going to go, no, not me. Yeah, you. I mean especially those of you who say that, okay? That's the way that it goes. Good to have you here. Welcome. Again, we're just going to be doing a little bit of wash slop, a little bit of yap slop. I'm looking forward to just turning my brain off and vibing, taking tomorrow off. Or who knows? Who knows? I did that very early Wednesday stream that went over very well last week. Who knows if I do one of those? But I might take tomorrow off and really put time into some other stuff. It's been exciting to get back to YouTube videos. It's been very exciting to get back to YouTube videos. I think this is the year that I'm just going to take this momentum and start working on YouTube videos. I might start recording one tomorrow and maybe get that up for like Thursday or something. That'd be sick. Or Friday, or the weekend would be good for another YouTube video, right? I don't know. People will be able to catch up on the channel at their own leisure. But if you didn't see, I did put up a brand new YouTube video. If you're not subscribed to me, even if the subject of that video isn't interesting to you, if you subscribe to me over on the YouTube channel, that does help me out a ton. So thank you to everyone who subs there and over on the VOD YouTube channel and everything like that. I'm just trying to get my legs back under me after a tough year, right? So yeah, cold deserts. Now that's what I'm talking about. Oh my goodness. So I'm waiting on our renaissance. Seriously, we need to like get intellectualism back to the forefront where people are like into art and like have media literacy again and stuff. I fell asleep so early watching Barry game last night. I was catching up on the VOD. I'm so invested. Merm, I love that game, honestly. I had a blast with Barry. It was a lot of fun. It was so interesting. I can't wait to unlock more. Apparently, there's multiple endings, which I had no idea about. So it's going to be fun to unlock some of those and continue to play the weird sort of like, it's basically a clicker game, like an incremental game with horror undertones, which I like a lot. Sorry, I'm like burping a lot. We had Taco Bell tonight. Another big thank you to everyone who sent us Taco Bell money. We had a nice dinner tonight. So yeah. I do that thing where you plug one nostril and blow twice. Now just a big solid chunk. Yeah, just you could kill someone with it. It's just a nose bullet. It's a freaking Naruto jutsu at this point. Gray Lady, thanks, from like a filler episode where everyone has like a weird ninjutsu that kind of breaks the rules of the rest of the Naruto universe. Gray Lady, thank you for the 210 stream straight for you as well. My goodness, thank you so much. Uber, welcome on in. Hello, welcome. Yeah, Barry Go Hole. The Barry Go Hole game, very fun. I will be getting back to that sooner than later. Right, yes, the art? Oh, yeah. Well, listen, if you're an Assassin's Creed fan, you know, Assassin's Creed 2 had some interesting ideas in that as well about the Renaissance. Neat Sauce, hello, hi. This is the most on time I've been to the stream. Well, welcome on in. It's good to have you here. Yo, what's up, Ty? Hello. Hope everyone's being nice to themselves. We are. Everyone's being nice to themselves, except for 10-minute believers. I regret to inform you. I know that you're like the leader of the 10-minute believer movement, but yeah, not a win in the book today for y'all. Mayor, hello. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. My favorite yappers in the world here tonight. All of you. Thank you for joining me for a little bit of yap slop. Looking forward to vibes. Vibes are good right now. The world is bad. The world stresses me the fuck out, and I know I'm not alone in that. And if you are someone who's in that same boat, we are going to push that boat out into the sea of tranquility. And we're going to rest, and we're going to vibe, and there's going to be fruity beverages for everybody. There's going to be these nice tropical cocktails and delicious buffets, and we're all just going to have a good time on our party cruise out in the sea of tranquility for a little bit. Big, deep breaths so we can all recover to face a new day, right? But, yeah. Yeah, we do be vibing, and the world is, indeed, yeah, absolutely. So let's balance it out with good vibes here tonight. So, shucks, you're going to make me blush. Shucks. Just kicking your feet, twirling your hair. That's the whole point. When did I become the leader, though? I don't remember being given a promotion. I don't think there was I think that you just very strongly advocate for this more than other people in the community, Ty. That's all. So I think it's like you're the de facto leader of this. Busby, hello, hi, welcome on in. You know, the same way that I've probably been labeled like a terrorist on multiple lists because I believe in human rights. Kays, hello, hi, welcome on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Lovely, beautiful people of the world. All joining. My Shaylas! Hey, what's up, Poland Peyton? How we doing? It's so good to see you here. Welcome. Thank you to everybody for joining me for a very late start once again. It's good to have you here. I know that I'm starting to get back into a better schedule with yesterday's stream. Barry, starting that around like 9:30 last night or whatever. Whole hour earlier than this start time. That's what I'm going to be aiming for. And then like 8:30 before that. And then soon we're going to be back to like 6-hour streams. And it's going to be a blast. So I take my title seriously. There we go. Yeah. Lead the movement. Be true to you. You know? Yeah, me, a radical leftist for thinking people should eat right. Yeah, it's like, actually, these are pretty, like, normal ideas. This is just us being humans and wanting other humans to be taken care of, dude. Like, oh my goodness. Anyway, welcome on in, everyone. Thanks for being here. Chat, it's lovely to see you again. I am full of a lot of good energy right now, despite everything around all of us kind of falling apart in some ways. It is good to know there's good community standing solidly side by side, doing the best that they can. Me just getting a YouTube video up at all has put like this fire under my butt. I'm ready to start making some cool stuff again, sharing that with the world. I hope people are excited to see my meteoric rise back on YouTube now that I've returned. It's going to be good stuff. And then on top of that, I've been thinking about like a bunch of music ideas that I have. Again, for those of you who don't know, New Tip Goal will help me buy a new copy of FL Studio to start composing music again, producing music once more. I'm also going to be working on my book, finally, for the first time in a long time this year. I got a lot of things rattling around in my brain, and you kind of can't help but sort of feel that, like, that pressure right now in some ways. Obviously, rest is important. It's part of all of this, but also, if everything's going to burn down around me, I might as well give it a try, because I don't know if things will actually burn down around me. So if I find success by doing the things that I want to do, I gave it that try, and that's awesome. And if I don't find success, at least I tried, right? One downside to having my Cintiq plugged in again, it's moving my mouse too far right off my main monitor. That sounds annoying. Hopefully you find a workaround. I don't know why, but I fully expected you to say you were full of soup. I was yesterday. I had some good soup yesterday. Good soup. But yeah. Starting after 10 works for me. Well, this isn't about you. It's about me. That's why my name's on the channel. I'm glad that the late night gang is very strong here. That said, for those of you who are late joiners, if you're like, oh, my work shift doesn't end until around this time or whatever, that's okay too, because when I start streams earlier, once I get back to like my more normal schedule, I will be streaming for longer as well. So I will be like, you know, there for people who have a slightly earlier bedtime. They'll get to spend some time with me. And then because I'll still be streaming like past 10 o'clock, those of you who are joining a little bit later will have more of stream to be a part of as well. So it's going to serve more people as I continue to get onto a better and better schedule. Yeah, who up slop and they wash? That's all that's going to happen here tonight, Mins. Welcome on in. It's good to see ya. Welcome. Also, Paxton, oh my gosh, yeah, so many people have headaches right now. The weird, like, weather changes are causing a lot of it for people, so please take care of you. Get some wonderful sleep. Thank you so much for dropping by. Welcome, 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 everyone. Thank you for joining. Trying to start this thing where I'm doing, like, a little bit of a hot start, where we just, like, get right into things. So, appreciate y'all for being here. But if you are someone who's joining and you have some good news that you'd like to share with the community, now's the time to get it out into chat. If you have good news that's big, small, anything in between, as long as it's something that we can all comfortably enjoy, would love to read a little bit of your good news, and hopefully other people in the community are rooting you on and celebrating your good news, because it's just a nice thing to do, but also it's great to celebrate good things happening to good people in a good community while the world out there ain't so good at times. So please, please, please share that good news. And we'll get going with some power wash, because especially since these are more of like podcast style streams almost, it's nice and easy for me to talk to chat about all the other nonsense we want to talk about while I'm washing and vibing. So yeah. CJ, welcome on in. Glad that you're talking to your doctor about that stuff. It's important. I forgot I had a migraine this morning. Damn. Yeah, a lot of people, headache stuff, migraine, sinus pressure stuff. Again, big pressure changes going on with the weather, which really sucks. So, understandable if you're a migraine sufferer, if you need to like be like, yo, I'm just going to lurk tonight because my head hurts. It is what it is. Yo, what's up, Tito? So nice to have you here. Good news, my friends and I just got our plane tickets for our Ireland-Scotland trip in May. Whoa, both of them. Nice. Have so much fun. That's so awesome. I really want to visit Ireland at some point. I hope that you take lots of pictures, make lots of good memories, eat lots of good food, and just have a blast. That's so cool. Good news. I took an amazing shower after working out. Nice. Got to watch a little bit of Damien's sponsored stream. Oh, yeah, I saw that he was raising money for the national immigration, like, legal funds. That's awesome. I freaking love Damien. He's such a good person. Got yourself chicken bites for dinner. Nice. I'm glad you're taking care of you, Phoebe. Some good stuff in that. I'm very glad that you're taking care of you. Mental level, physical level with the exercise, washing off and cleansing yourself with a nice shower. God, that I took a shower right before stream too. I'm feeling good from it, you know? So, love the company while I take notes for school. Good luck with that. Also, Tiny Monster with the 14 months. Thank you for using your Prime. That is so many buzz. Thank you very, very much for your support. I know you could be using that Prime anywhere you want on the internet, but you using that here does mean a lot. Josie, welcome on in. Good news, my new ADHD meds are working great for my ADHD. They're not having the same dangerous side effects my previous ones did. That is the most important thing, I think, just as someone who has tried a lot of different ADHD meds over the years. If you're feeling wrong, you gotta bring it up. Your doctor won't just know on a whim. So I'm glad that you were doing that and getting that adjusted and taking care of that mental health. Heck yeah. Good news, my boss got us a free store copy of an extremely expensive Warhammer box game. Okay, way to flex on me, because that's cool for you. Happy for you. That's great, mans. Whatever. Anyway, I'm skipping the rest of your good news. No. So I can have the very pretty lady mini that comes with it and the cool lady knight. I can never afford it / her. Otherwise, I'm so touched. That's so cool. That's really, really awesome to hear that you got hooked up with that. Very happy to hear that your boss is that generous. Good news is Monday was my 90th day at work, officially as supervisor at my job. No way. I'm on level 2 ESCO team. That's why my schedule changed. Kays, awesome to hear, though, that you're being put into these roles where you get to prove yourself. Some cool stuff. 90 days. That's a big record. Hey, awesome. Congrats. Nettles, welcome on in. Hello, hi, welcome. Good news, finally, de-rusting arting on the Cintiq. Have my new hot pink Arctis Nova 7 headset and nail adhesive tabs coming from Amazon. Finally getting my last silicone ring order in that was supposed to be here yesterday. Awesome stuff. Very happy to hear that you're getting back into art, like I said before. And then also just little treats for yourself, little things that will be upgrades to your setup or things that make you just feel happy to have. Love hearing about it. Good stuff. Good news, we got home from finding Ron's lung. It was so good, but I somehow went to the theater wearing 2 different shoes. So, you know life. Hey, life do be happening. You were just so excited to go see what's happening in Ronald's lung. I'm happy that people are enjoying the movie. It has been amazing to see the amount of success Mark's had with it. It's really very inspiring. Part of the reason that I was just like, all right, time to start actually posting to YouTube again was if this dude, granted he has access to a lot of money and a lot of time and a lot of resources, but if this dude that I know, who I saw going from like a guy who just made Let's Plays online to making a movie just because he wanted to, I can hit record. I can put up some YouTube videos. I'm getting back to it. It's been cool to see everyone supportive of this project, though. Good news, remember the update I gave everyone on the other stream? Well, I took the first giant leap into getting my life back. Can't go into specifics until later, but oh my god, the hype is real. Moldy! Very, very excited for you. So, so happy that you are prioritizing yourself, figuring out things that fulfill you, make you happy, are good for you, etc. That is some good shit right there. Merm news, I think the second antidepressant's kicking in. I didn't feel as weighed down today, and my brain fog is lifting. Hoping it keeps improving. It's been years and I'm ready for a change. Also, the event for Muslim mental health in my community is on Thursday. I'm nervous to speak, but glad it's happening finally. Merm, I'm so proud of you. I'm so excited for you to be able to represent a very underserved community in this country. I'm very happy you get that opportunity. Also very happy, again, another person in our community prioritizing mental health. Good stuff going on right there. You deserve to feel right in your mind, in your body, etc. Please keep taking care of yourselves. Y'all are worth the effort, truly. Jay, yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream. It's nice to have you joining us. Welcome. Everybody else joining as well. Good to have you. One croc, one slip-on sneaker. Yeah, at least both slip-ons. And honestly, it being a Markiplier crowd, there's people probably dressed way weirder. Good news, tomorrow is my last day of work before a day off, and I'm having so much fun with my college classes so far. Jay, I love to hear that, because once I found the right school, I didn't like the first college I went to, but once I transferred and found a school I liked, I was like, dude, learning is actually kind of fun. So happy to hear that you're doing that. And also happy to hear that you're getting that day off. Very good stuff. Yeah, learning, academic conversations. I mean, why do you think that I set my stream up so we can yap about like a bunch of weird shit, right? I just love that, like, trading of knowledge and just being like, I don't know, interested in things that, like, you yourself, instead of being intimidated by knowledge you don't know, being like, I want to learn more. That's cool, right? Worm news. Becca, myself, and 2 friends did an escape room recently. Oh my god, I have not done one in so long, but I do love them. We got on the leaderboard for the month. That's dope. Turns out all you got to do is go on the first before anyone else. There we go. Hey, life hack. It's so good seeing you inspired and determined, and wishing you and everyone such good things. I'm proud of you. Full and Pain, thank you so much. You as well, though. Like, seriously, I'm, like, very proud of you for putting yourself out there, doing the things that you gotta do. I know school can be tough at times. It can be intimidating at times, but you're out there and you're doing it. That is such an impressive thing. That's inspiring probably to other people in your life as well. I hope that you know it's always a ripple effect. Inspiration is something that is not just self-contained. Maybe you have your own perspective of it, but it's always going to inspire someone else out there and set the dominoes moving for them. And I freaking love that. I love hearing about people getting inspired by each other. My good news, everyone else's good news, is resetting my brain. Busby, this is what we're here to do, to remind people that if you had a bad day or you were put into a bad mood because of the news or something that happened in your personal life, whatever it might be, knowing that that was a moment versus this is a community. This is something that is persistent. This is where this good energy collects and is there for people to partake in. You are a part of that, and we're happy to have you here, and I hope that the rest of this stream helps you kick back, take a big deep breath, and know that we are all doing the best we can, and that really is enough. I also got to see the documentary film about Ron's lung, and it's what a sad documentary. Man goes insane making a movie. And I had Taco Bell. Heck yeah. Me as well. Let's go. Great choice. Watching Ron's lung made me want a mouth-washing movie. Oh my god, seriously. You know what's really funny, Xander? That's what I was thinking. Back when I saw it during the LA premiere, I was like, oh my god, I wish I had the resources to make a mouth-washing movie. It would have to be very sensitive, but I would be something that I would, like, treat with, like, a lot of care. I would love to, like, do a mouth-washing movie. That would be sick. Good news, despite the pain, girl pain, understandable. I'm still alive, and sickle cell, yeah. Little Meow's grades are improving. Wonderful to hear that the grades are going up. Good stuff. And also, yeah, we're pushing through. We're doing what we can with what we got. And that, again, needs to be reminded, or people need to be reminded, we're doing the best we can. When I use this emote, No Pluto and I are staring at everyone lovingly. Oh, that's a cute one. I love that. Very, very cute. Good news, I made teriyaki chicken bento boxes for me and Wormy today with avocado, white rice, tamagoyaki, barbecue chicken bao, and a mini custard taiyaki. Oh my god, that sounds... I want all of that food in my mouth. Like, so... God, that sounds so awesome. Becca, you are a freaking food genius. You get to see Ron's lung next week. Oh my god, everyone has so much fun. Again, no spoilers because not everyone's gotten to see it. It's a brand new movie. We respect each other in that way. But Also, I hope people are having a blast with the movie whenever they get to go see it. It's pretty cool. It's a neat one. I have thoughts. I have many thoughts I will share on Letterboxd eventually. So, oh my god, right, yeah, Mins. That's a big thing is, I will point that out because it was something that was self-financed, right? It was an indie film. It was something that was it was home produced in many ways. So, like, obviously he worked with a team. But, yo, Mods, thank you for being super based. Incredible work. God, trolls are so boring now. It's like, oh, wow, you're a 7-year-old. You literally have the brain of a 7-year-old. You have the brain of a second grade dropout because you haven't been able to figure out, like, a new insult. So, bro, sorry, dude. You are so boring. If you died tomorrow, they wouldn't find the body for weeks, dude. I know no one's checking up on you. Anyway. Yeah, Mins, that is like a big thing. That you are not the only person who's had that issue with that movie on theater speakers. It was mainly edited, even though it was edited by a team, it was mainly edited in like a home computer kind of setting. So a lot of the mastering, a lot of the balancing is not fully optimized for like theater speakers. Or it's not optimized. I should say it's not optimized for all theater speakers, because some theaters showings apparently were a lot clearer and crisper, but a lot of them have the same complaint. So I hope that if they either like remaster stuff for a home release or a streaming release or something, or if they, you know, even I don't know if like the raw is going to be like better, like the raw audio is going to be better for home viewings. Either way, fingers crossed, yeah, there's an option to put some subtitles on it, because it does get a little bit, like, messy, some of the noise in it, because it's a chaotic movie. So, not necessarily, like, me dogging on the movie, but it is one of those things where, like, yeah, even the people, I just thought it was the Alamo Drafthouse I had seen it at for the premiere in LA, but, yeah, I don't know, a lot of the people, like, I talked to during the after party kind of had the same issue, so don't feel bad. It's not you. It's, yeah, it's something that I know they're aware of at this point. Good news, I finally wrapped up all the gifts. Yo, what's up, Ace? All the gifts I've had stored for my godchildren, and their parents. One, a Spirographs set that's literally been sitting in my living room for 6 years. Oh, man, I remember those were cool. Spirographs, yeah, I had one of those when I was a kid. Took them to the UPS store to get a box that fit and shipped. Embarrassing, it took 6 years. Don't be embarrassed. Listen. The past 6 years have been chaotic. Also, on top of that, it is just like, it's one of those things where mental health happens, right? Mental health really does happen. There's some stuff in my house that, like, boxes I haven't unpacked for years that need to be taken care of. That kind of stuff, that's very normal. You're good. And I'm sure that once they get those things, they're going to enjoy them. So, I wouldn't feel bad at all. I hope that made sense. Do It Lady by It, mouthwashing movie. God, I wish, right? I wish. I would absolutely make that into a movie. So, give me 1 second. Sorry, scrolling through. What about this one? Oh, boy. Merm, that is a really special emote. That's kind of all I have to say about it. Quietly updates my ban list. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing, too, is, like, I ban people all the time who have never even dropped by here. Because I'm like, you're actually worth less than a human life to me. You've been dehumanized in my brain because you dehumanize other people. You're worth less than dirt. I have seen more success than your entire lineage will ever see. And it makes me very, very happy to prevent you from ever entering the spaces that I get to curate. So... Yo, Lincoln, we're going to be power washing everybody's brain tonight, so get in line. But yes, you will have a turn. Everyone gets sprayed in the mind. Rat, welcome. Hello, hi. No, Becca, that would require any troll out there to have a functioning brain cell inside of their head, but Good Lord, dude. It's just, we're at this point where it's just like, God, I don't know what happened. If there was lead in the fucking hose or something that you drank out of growing up or what, dude, but like, holy shit, settle down. A lot of major theaters have closed captioning devices. You know what? I have heard of that. I don't go to the theater very often, so I probably have never had a chance to use one of those. Mods explode that guy's penar permanently. You can't explode something that small with the chamber. We don't need something as big as the chamber for that. That's not how that works. It has a size. He must be this tall to ride the ride kind of thing. I'm waiting to get my counselor application to be a camp counselor for sickle cell camp. Interesting. I didn't even know they had, I guess there was like a summer camp for everything. But that's awesome. Yeah, Ace, absolutely. It's like, yeah, Hollywood studios can't even get balancing right. It's like movies that were designed for the theater that go to streaming sound like shit so often, even with like a good sound setup. It's just so rough, dude. It's just so rough. So, oh my God, Ace, yeah, do your thing. Frickin' break that cycle, whether the elders in your family want it broken or not. Be the change you want to see. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, unbaha, that guy's blast. Closed captioning machines at the movies suck as someone that's definitely had to use them. Is it kind of like, are they like, the like YouTube auto captions? Where it's like, they're trying, but they're not great. Or like my captioning software that I have. It's like, it's trying, but it doesn't get everything right. Can't wait to watch Iron Lung with some dipstick scrolling Instagram right in front of me. God, I've only heard a couple stories of that. For the most part, it's the type of movie you have to pay attention to. You really have to lock in. So, I just realized it's only been 30 years this year since leaded gas was banned in the U.S. Theater in my boyfriend's area has subtitled showings, so I think I might want to go to one of those when I take him to see it. That's dope. Again, accessibility is one of those very underserved types of things, especially in this freaking country, where, like, I'm glad to hear, I am much happier to know that places are starting to do it. That is something that I think is really important, and I hope that more and more resources are put towards that. Because people deserve to be able to enjoy media regardless of their able-bodied status or not, you know? I was sad for the entire movie. It was so good. It gets intense, right? I just learned that a lot of the time the big corpo theaters themselves are why people can't understand, especially Iron Lung, because they don't care and don't adjust for different mixes. That is interesting. Everyone say hi to Morgan. That is very interesting to know because, yeah, every studio is going to mix things differently. It's not like there's one studio that does sound balancing in all of Hollywood. So, like, yeah, that's annoying to hear, too. You're set up for failure in the theater space, chat. They want to keep you inside on your streaming devices. No! Good Lord. So, the ones when they do option captions are really good, but if you're using the machine... Oh, open captions. Really good, but if you're using the machine... that they put, like, you... Wait, like you have to screw into your cup holder. Those ones suck because you have to look from the machine to the movie. Oh, okay, and it blocks half the screen. That is kind of annoying. So it's not, like, something you can, like, hold in your hand and, like... Okay, that... See, I wasn't aware of those. You would think that there would be, like, an industry standard sound setup that studios could plan for the majority of the showings. There technically are. That's the other thing. It's not like the parameters of, like, what most theaters use aren't available to studios when they're doing a mix. But producers are always kind of going to have, and, like, audio engineers are always going to have the final say where they go, hey, this might not be optimal for, like, studio speakers, but it's going to be great on, like, home streaming. So sometimes they'll prioritize for that kind of mix. And then other times it's like, hey, we don't care, it sounds good to us sort of thing. So, again, too much variety. It sucks. It sucks. There are guides out there. There are guides. I have friends who work in Hollywood on audio mixing and work on, like, big production things with audio mixing. Like, it is not like this is an industry secret because, if anything, it's, like, self-sabotage not to refer to those things. So if you have access to a Dolby audio screening, it's better because they prioritize sound and mixing, but not all theaters have the option. Yeah, true. Yeah. So it is one of those things where, I don't know, it's not like there's like a law that tells people in Hollywood they have to like balance things a certain way or do things a certain way. Obviously, outside of like the basic like safety concerns and stuff of a set. That's why we have the union, right? That's why we have SAG-AFTRA stuff. But especially with like indie film, it's kind of up to the production team. They can kind of do whatever the hell they want, which is wild when you think about it. So watching it twice helped me understand what was said and what was going on. Yeah, it's one of those movies, like, again, I did get to see it at an Alamo Drafthouse in LA for the premiere. And I just assumed that it was that Alamo Drafthouse. And then I'm going to go to another theater with a very different setup to go see it again before I write my review on Letterboxd, just so I can be as objective as I can be about it. But yeah, it's a whole process. Sound mixing is a special skill, dude. Mark talked a lot about mixing on Distractable. I had no idea how much went into it. Oh my god. As someone who does voice acting, as someone who has done content creation, has done music production my whole life, my god, the amount of stuff that goes into mixing that people don't, really realize is the whole reason I've been doing like my mini music album reviews lately, right? Where I've just been like, yo, this production on this album is kind of inconsistent. It's stuff that I notice. Morgan makes fun of me for it sometimes because I can't watch a movie without commenting on the camera work and the cinematography. And I can't listen to a music album without being like, oh, the production on this is like a little bit inconsistent and weak. Or like, oh man, I really love the layered production of oh my god, they really allowed the mids to shine while like the deep bass part like was really cranked up. Like, oh my god, I'm just such a fucking nerd for the technical stuff. Never stopped to think about that before, that it's corpo not caring, which I should have, because it's the root of everything. That's very true. Very true. Peeking at my local theater showtimes to find out what their audio setup is, and I'm surprised with the high volume of Iron Lung showing still scheduled this week. Oh yeah, I mean, the movie is doing Boku bucks. Theaters are going to want to keep it in there for a long time. Nervly, yo, what's up? Hello. Speaking of, one of our resident I worked on the movie guys, by the way, if y'all don't know Nervly. Nervly's a fantastic human being who I got to talk to at length during the after party of the LA premiere, which was great to have like the whole team out there. Great to be able to just vibe with people. So much work went into this movie. I'm so inspired by all the work that was put into that, I'd also make fun of you for that. Sorry for me having taste and being smart. So Guys, I've never heard about that, but that's dope. Auracast. Farming Auracast. Sick. That was so great. Dude, Nervoid, that premiere, the premiere was wonderful. We were talking about, like, the mix being a little bit weird, hard to hear in the Alamo Drafthouse. But, and also, this is another thing people might not realize. And I think Mark's talked about this. The movie was filmed sequentially, which is not something that is standard in Hollywood. If you've ever worked on film before, typically you do not film sequentially. Sometimes, very rarely it happens, but especially in the indie scene. But they filmed it front to back, which is really weird, right? So, I was talking to Mark about this during the after party a little bit, but like the way that the pacing of the story unfolds, and then even some of the like acting he does and some of the production tweaks, you can kind of tell, like, kind of warm up, right? Like in the beginning of any filming, and this is why some movies feel like weaker in their second act versus their third act or something, right? Is because they're not filmed sequentially. Whereas this film is filmed sequentially, you can kind of see everything that from the camera work to the sound design to everything kind of loosen up as the movie goes along and get more like comfortable because everything's now in a rhythm. They've been filming for weeks and weeks and weeks or whatever now. And the process is more second nature to the whole crew. And You can really kind of feel that. And it lends itself very well for the movie because it is like a slow burn where it, like, you know, the momentum starts picking up throughout. So by the time you get to the end of the movie, you're like, oh my God, this is a fucking production. And that's something that I think like the process lent itself well to. But at the same time, it's also why, like, there was a point, like, probably 2/3 of the way through the movie where there was just like this deep, like, bass drone kind of noise, and I was like, ooh, this is what I wanted near the beginning of the movie, where like there's this like big, like, wow, it shakes like the organs in your body, it shakes your lungs, and I was just like really into the sound design at that point because I was like wanting a little bit more for the first like 2/3 of the movie. And then it gets like really bassy, really, oh wow, you can really feel the meat on the bones of this thing. And I think that part of that is just due to that sort of sequential process. Mouse, welcome on in. Welcome to anybody joining the stream, by the way. I might have missed some people. New good news, I figured out my local small theater showing Iron Lung. Heck yeah. I thought I wasn't going to be able to see it in theater because of risk of bringing COVID from the big city to my small town. Totally understandable. Theater settings are just so weird still, right? But they worked really hard, especially Amy. Big hats off to Amy. Amy has been advocating for small theater runs. So the original plan was it was probably only going to be in small theaters. And so them getting picked up by AMC, Regal, and then a bunch of international theaters was kind of a surprise even to Mark and Amy. They were working towards it. They were trying to get it to happen, but there was no guarantee. So the original idea was to get it some publicity in indie theaters. And now it's out there, you know. But a lot of indie theaters are still being served. A lot of small town theaters are being served, which is great. So, yeah. Easier to film sequentially because it was one location also. Absolutely. I'm very far behind on chat, by the way. I promise I'll get to the game in a second here. But, is a theater close? Yo, what's up, Liza? There's a theater close-ish to me. I love speaking. That's not quite independent, but also not part of a huge chain. And they're so great. Their ticket prices are a little higher. But unlike local AMC, their seats don't hurt your butt. And their refillable bucket was $3 cheaper in the initial purchase. Each refill is $3 cheaper. Dope. Very cool. I love that. Yeah, heck yeah. That's cool to hear that they do that. It was a lot longer than I thought. You did kind of write a book about popcorn, but that's all right. I hope you enjoy Iron Lung. Either way, if you go to that theater. Ron's lung meat is gross. It shakes Ron's lungs. That reminds me, fucking Mark's mom put up an Instagram post that was like celebrating Iron Ling or something. In a typical mom fashion of making a typo and not double checking what she was about to post before posting it publicly. I saw that earlier today and I laughed a lot. So yeah, neat sauce. That's awesome to hear. Everyone's got a weird origin story about how they find stuff, find people, find communities, right? So we're seeing in theater for the sound design and soundtrack. Yeah. Audio and sound design was so good. It was one of my favorite things. Yeah. Now again, the sound design is fantastic. Hopefully the balancing in either future releases of it or home release, whatever it might be, helps out people who have like audio processing issues. Absolutely. Because again, that was also one of my minor complaints with the production. But I also got to at the LA premiere after party, Mark took to the stage in the bar we were at, and he was like, hey, if anybody has any criticisms, I want the brutal, honest truth. And I know so many people who haven't known Mark as long as me, and we're like, oh, I don't want to walk up to him and give him like real criticism because like I'm here and he made this cool thing, and I just want to gas him up and help him feel good about this thing that he deserves to feel good about. Like, it is still impressive. It is still a really awesome thing. But me, with the type of friendship I've had with him for years, where I'm like, oh, Mark is opening up the floor for me to be able to troll him. Not troll him, but be like, hey, I'm going to bluntly take that at face value. You said anything. And I even asked him. I walked up to him in the bar and I was like, dude, you said anything, right? And he was like, yes, please. Actually, I'm so interested. And I was like, oh, I think it has this really great, strong visual identity. And I was praising it. And I was like, some of the exposition. Let's work on that. And it was kind of hard to hear some of the dialogue. And he was like, no, that's fair. No, before we put it up on the screen, I was thinking the same thing. And I was like, yeah, you better have. Brookie, thank you for the 170 stream streak, by the way. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Sticking around so long. Thank you. Yeah, neat sauce. I'm so glad that you stuck around. Thank you. Good news, the One Verse concert was so much fun. They were so good live. They even covered 2 Atiz songs and a Stray Kids song. And they performed Your Idol. It was awesome. I mean, that's fun as hell. I'm so glad that you had a great time. Seriously, Mouse. So, I got so freaking lucky. I'm currently in Sweden staying with my partner. I've been keeping up with all your pictures. It's been so cool, Nervly. They live in a pretty small town. Our excitement when we found out Iron Lung was showing in the local theater. I was so happy because it's not showing in Portugal where I live. So I got to see the movie's final version surrounded by a bunch of fans, and it was such an awesome experience. I love that for you. Finishing the finale of Technomancy, and I called that shit. Oh, yeah, Mayor. I'm sure you pay attention to shit, so I guarantee that you had some good theories going in. I'm sure that a lot of them were right. So, yeah, me, autism in hand, walking up to Mark. Yep, that was me. Literally, it was like, Mark, you've activated my trap card. It is time to make fun of you. But then I didn't. I was just like, dude, it actually rocked. It was good, but also I'm going to give you objective and helpful and constructive criticism. I am someone who has media literacy, so I will give you my opinion without ripping into it, right? Like I will walk that line and you will enjoy what I have to say, because I know he likes feedback from things. I do. He wouldn't have asked for it otherwise. He could have easily avoided that and protected his ego. Good news, my headache seems to be passing, so it looks like you're stuck with me. We're happy to be stuck with you. Jules, hello, hi. I'm sorry to hear that you got out of work late, but it's good to have you here. V, welcome. Hello, my wonderful friend. 10 out of 10 Mark impression. Hey, you've spent so much. I won't lie. V, I regularly think of the dinner that we had in Seattle. That was like you, me, Mark, Sean, Ethan. I can't remember if Alice was there or not. I think I made the joke before, too, that like half of us ended up being trans femme. So that was just a table, half a carton of eggs hanging out. Or a quarter of a carton of eggs hanging out. But, god dang, you've spent enough time around Mark. You could probably do a good Mark impression if you really wanted to. Good news for me is the Technomancy Project finale is here. It's so good. I'm so glad that you enjoyed it. Very, very happy to hear that you enjoyed it. So, Mins, I will say a lot of the stuff in the movie is meant to be vague. Yo, what's up, Austin? Welcome. But again, I'll write a little bit of a letterbox review on it sometime soon, and people will be able to compare notes. Markiplier's been so good about responding to feedback on the film. I like that when people write Markiplier, the whole government username. In particular, I saw a really well-written response to Moist Critical's review. I haven't watched Charlie's review yet. I haven't watched any YouTuber review of it because I kind of don't care. But that said, everyone's entitled to their opinion. That's art, right? Once it's out in the public, everyone gets an opinion. But Mark is one of those people. He's, the joke is that he's a masochist, right? But he likes it when people are like, all right, dude, here's my feedback, creative to creative. He likes that. Anime Fangirl, hello, hi. Hello, that was a time. I think I've shared the story of that before. Love you, eggs. Lee, hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Hello. I'll say it was very funny to get home from the movie on the Good Movie Buzz and saw Mark was in fact streaming Garten of Ban 0. So then I had to watch that too. That's fun. I saw the clip of Ethan at the Portland Main Theater addressing the crowd and FaceTiming Mark, and Mark taking a while to pick up, and then when he finally did, Ethan just going, "Are you playing Garten of Ban? Are you still playing Garten of Ban?" But I know nothing about those games, by the way. I've never played them. I have no idea. Is that worth? Should I play one of those games? Alt Leaf, hello, hi, welcome on in. Welcome. I can't wait until it's available on streaming or something so I can pause and take in the detail. Yeah, I think it'll be really cool. There's a lot of really cool shots in it, so. He credited himself as Markiplier. I think he prefers it. You come to a lot of odd assumptions. That's a marketing tactic. Believe it or not, he was not born with that name. I know that's insane to think about. Yo, M, thank you for the 10 stream streak. Appreciate that. That video Ethan did plus Anna's stuff on Instagram inspired me to do a speech at my local theater as well. Dude, I saw that as well. I know that not everyone realizes this about me, but I like keeping up with cool people. And Nerdboy, I consider you a cool people. I saw your little clips and stuff and all the Instagram stories you put up. I think that's so cute. I think that's so fun. I want to see it again. It was a bit confusing in the beginning. Understandable. Yeah, absolutely. As a sadomasochist, it's a wild way to start a sentence. I really think a lot of people are, but I know Mark is one of us. Real eyes, realize, real lies. Why am I being realized right now? What's going on? Streamer is a knower. Oh, yeah. I be a knower. Y'all don't realize how much I lurk. I lurk. I watch. I observe. Dude, I don't know. I have a fucking psychology degree and took like 8 billion social psychology classes. Like, studying human behavior is like a hobby of mine. So I like keep up. I keep up with everything everyone's doing all the time. I'm in your walls, chat, and you can't fucking get me out. That's how it is. Yeah, like a bug. Like a bug. Like a good bug, I am there. Power wash sim 2, right? Let's get it going. Let's get it. Let's get it. I appreciate that. I do see all your likes to my stories. I super appreciate all your support. Good. Know you are beloved. Know you are supported. Know you are observed in and perceived in the cool things that you do. I just accidentally washed this cat. I guess its name is Bubbles, so. Can't have Bubbles without a little bit of water, right? Oh, yeah, I was doing the fun house, I think. Let's go. Let's get it. Here we go. I don't care if you're in my walls. I'm not sharing my garlic cheese bread until you help pay rent. I'm already paying rent here. I think that me paying my rent entitles me to other people's food. I don't see a logical breakdown in that. I think that makes sense. So, yeah, that's the cleanest cat this side of the Mississippi. Exactly. Right back at you. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Look at this thing. Oh my goodness. Let's check it out in here. Check it out. Oh yeah. Here we go. We got edge break. Oh my goodness, that's all right. We're not talking about anything that important. We're just talking about Mark's movie. Who cares? No, I'm glad. It has been wild. It's been a weird past few days, right? Been like a really interesting past few days of seeing mainstream media reaction to something that started as this like independent dream. So every time I respond to one of your Instagram stories and then you post my response, I'm like, like, I don't know why it surprised me because you do that regularly with people's replies, but I'll start reading it and then go, wait, that's me. Yeah, I love doing that. I don't catch everybody's. Like, I try to read all the messages, but I get a lot of messages on Instagram DM requests. And sometimes I'm also just not in the mood to write back to people, even if it's like, oh, yeah, that's a solid question, but I am tired or busy. I do try to write back to people every now and then, though. I love interacting with people over on Instagram, especially these days. I've been having a lot of fun doing that. Well, thanks. Now the whole Steve Brule theme is playing in my head. Well, you know, I know, I own fibroids. Listen, Dr. Steve Brule is Morgan and my favorite thing of all time to quote. No joke at all. I love Dr. Steve Brule. Hey guys, let's go get some pizza or sausage. Yeah, Mark gets enough limelight anyway. Exactly. Missing the... There's none of that during the ad break. Made it to your PC? I'm so glad you survived your treacherous journey. Can't relate. I built different. Yeah, flexing the mutual privilege. Unreal. Flexing the mutual privilege for a content creator who used to be medium-sized, who's now small again. I don't know if that's worth flexing. Instagram comments confound me. I had someone comment, "Thank you, gay man," on a reel I made. I mean, like, some people over there are just bots. I either ignore people or delete them. I mean, I responded to your most recent reply to me, I believe, with about blocking people to make sure that they never belong in this community. We had a good example of that earlier tonight. We had like a couple trolls come by, say some weird racist and homophobic shit, and the mod team was amazing and just got rid of them. But it's like, some people just ignore people till they go away, and I've never believed in that, because I'm like, you have a built-in function in your app that lets you block the person so that they never can access you again. And it's not even just about you, because that's like sort of a selfish viewpoint. If you have a platform of any sort, or because like comment sections are just a shared space, anyone can read your comment section. Why would I, even if it's like, oh, I'm not bothered by what they said, why would I want to keep their comments in my shared space where they could trigger someone else? I don't want that. I don't want people to come by and be like, well, it's great that, you know, Brian didn't acknowledge those people, but also like, man, that makes me feel bad that that's in there. Like, that makes me feel icky that like that's still up and I can see that like thing that upsets me or triggers me or whatever. So I just outright ban people and block people like regularly, because it's not even about me. I got tough skin. I've been a POC my whole life. This wasn't a lifestyle choice. I know that's crazy, but I've been getting called horrible things since I was like 5 years old. I know how to throw a punch, but I know not everyone does, and that's not something everyone should be forced to learn. That's not something that everyone should be forced to be exposed to. So when there's a moment where things are kind of, you know, icky in a space, especially that I have control of, that I have created, that I want to feel comfortable and chill for people, I'm going to always make sure it feels comfortable and chill to people. I'm going to make sure that those people don't get to disturb the people that I like, who support me. So the accounts got nuked from Twitch so quick. That's so funny. It's always the case. They probably weren't even real people. They were probably bots. It's so easy to train a bot these days, unfortunately, to just regurgitate weird like rhetoric like that. It's super bizarre. They probably weren't real people. Lee, take care. Thank you so much for dropping by. So I figured you became Korean to hop on the K-pop trend. Yeah, I was like, oh shit, these K-pop boys. Oh man, they're getting a lot of attention. How could I financially milk this for myself? I block and delete so freely on my page. You inspired me in that, actually. There was a time I got bullied off a platform, and after joining your community, I learned how to have better boundaries for my content. I'm so glad. I'm sorry you went through that, but I'm so glad that, like, yeah, it was something that I could inspire other people. Because I have a couple content creator friends who are like, I get nervous to block people because then what if they make another account to harass me? I don't know, hit block on that again. So a lot of them will go, oh, I just use mute. And it's like, yeah, sure, the mute option is there. But the thing that I don't like about muting is, cool, you as the person who hit mute, you now as like the creator or the person who runs an account don't have to see that person ever again. Sure. However, their reply is not muted for everyone else in your community. So they could be saying shit way worse than what you muted them for. And other people are exposed to that. And you are now not protecting your community. You have just left your community. Like you and I jumped on the lifeboat. And I don't have to deal with the sinking ship anymore. But everyone around me is drowning. And they're the ones who have to like deal with this awful person. And now instead of being protected by the person who has the option to straight up block or ban them and get them out of there for good, that person's not even noticing or taking note that that bad behavior is still taking place. And I don't like that. I really don't like that at all. Kind of negativity has absolutely no place in the space here. Thank you again, mods. The mods are the best. They are so good. I would not have hand selected the mods that we have on our team if they did not embody the same principles that I built this community with. I think that's really important for that kind of consistency. And here's the thing. People might be like, oh, damn, so you got like an echo chamber of a mod team? Yeah, obviously. I don't want to hear shit that disagree. No, my mods have disagreed with me plenty. I've had mods bring me feedback where they're like, oh, hey, how about instead of that, we do this instead? Or, hey, that approach might be doing this negative thing to the community if we try that. The mods have been awesome. They get to still be like, hey, dude, here's a different approach or a different idea. How about we try this instead? And I stay open-minded to that. We debate things in a very friendly manner, but we debate them. And we come to a compromise or a solution that works out the best for everyone in the community that can possibly be helped by that thing. So, yeah. If someone is just generally mildly annoying equals mute, if they're a fucking hellacious person, block. Yeah, right. It's like once it crosses a line, a mute is not good enough. It's like now they have free reign to harass your entire community without any repercussions, except they can't get to you specifically. And cool, you have your piece now, but everyone else around you is going to be like, this content creator just lets this ride, just lets this exist in their space. And you don't have to be a content creator either. I mean, it's like shit. People get harassed when they have a couple dozen followers on a social media platform. You want like those handful of friends that are following you to also be harassed by that awful person now? You just let them, to their own devices? I don't like that, right? Someone who had an ex I blocked and made a second account sneakily with his middle name to recontact me. I blocked that account too. Blocking is therapy for recovering people pleasers. Felt great blocking his new account. Fuck yeah, Nye. I'm glad that you set that boundary down. You were like, yo, when I said no contact, it meant no contact, homie. Get out of here, It's easy to do. It's easy to frickin' do. I'm very glad to hear that approach, because again, it's like if you want to be a true ally, if you want to be someone who's like really being kind to your community, it's taking bold and proactive action. It's not just protecting yourself. It's protecting the people who built you up. It's protecting the people who are there for you, who support you in your moments. It's a two-way street. You have to be there for them too. You got to show up for them too. That's really important. Yo, what's up, Little Chaos? Hello, hi, welcome. Yeah, I block whatever I don't want to see, period, point blank. Yeah, I feel you. I mean, sometimes someone's just like, dude, I brought this up the other day. It's like I've blocked, I think, a total of 6 people, and that's it, on Letterboxd, for just like horribly heinous takes on things. But it's like, imagine how much of a ridiculously awful human being you have to be blocked on Letterboxd, a place I could just swipe away and not ever have to read shit by you again. But I think you're such a bad person, I don't want you entering even my movie opinion space. Like, you gotta suck. You gotta be like the worst human being alive. CJ, get some good sleep. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you for hanging out here tonight. So, yeah, Chaos, exactly. Like, sometimes just reminding people it's an option. I think so many people are used to passively sitting back and just being like, woe is me. And I've never been that kind of person. I've always punched back, and the block feature is awesome because it's like, cool. I just punched them in the mouth, like, symbolically. Like, they don't get to talk to me again. Their teeth got knocked out. Their lips are too swollen. They bit their tongue. They can't even fucking say words to me now. That's the way that I kind of look at it, right? So, moldy. Yeah, go wild. I mean, those commands are there for a reason. Go wild. Do your thing. Explode those penars. Why the hell not? Yo, pull and pay, and yeah, hey, if it gets to that point where you have to do something that extreme, that's a personal decision for sure. But if it's one that you're like, hey, this helped me, I'm glad that you got something positive out of that. You're able to engage. That's the thing I think people forget all the time. Social media especially is optional. It's not meant to be a main hobby of anybody. It's meant to be an optional thing that you engage in when you have the time to, or you have the spoons to, or because you're like, oh, I want to look up information about something and vibe with like maybe a community or some shit. So like, I don't know, it's just like one of those things, like you get to choose how often or how intensely you engage with it. And when people start taking away their own autonomy, their own like ability to make that choice for themselves, when they're like, oh no, but I have to be here, I have to be on this platform or whatever, you just forfeited some of your autonomy. You forfeited some of your free will to a tech CEO who doesn't care if you live or die, who doesn't care if your mental health is good, who doesn't care if you're harassed into oblivion. No, engage with it how you want and where you want and when you want and how little as you want to, or as and you know, just remind yourself it should only be part of your life, not your whole life. So, neat sauce, enjoy the lurks. Thanks for reminding me to block people. I just blocked my ex-boss because she threatened me. Ew! Sorry to hear that happened. I'm glad that they're out of your life. My social media time includes hours of Tumblr, choosing between Insta and Facebook for Reels. Yeah, and that serves a purpose. It has like function to it, right? Little Chaos, not quite what we were talking about, but sorry to hear that happened at all. That fucking sucks and is bizarre also. Adults who harass children in any way, shape, or form should be put into the gulag. Yeah, literally free will and whimsy. Have some fun and enjoy your space and the people in your space. Exactly, and what that looks like. I know people who don't use social media at all. I have friends who log onto their social media, who are content creators, by the way. Log onto their social media like once every 3 weeks. Do your damn thing. I'm not judging anyone for that. Like, do your goddamn thing, you know? If that makes you happy, if that makes it so you don't... Oh, God, this is going to make me dizzy. I got to do it like this way. That's much better. Yeah, I don't know. But a horse I follow on Facebook had a baby. Congrats to that horse. What did that baby shower look like for that horse, do you think? It's like, and we're opening Samantha's gift. Samantha, thank you. Oh, my goodness. Another bag of oats. Oh my goodness, this is the 8th one tonight. Oh, Merm, we are doing that. Perfect text description for those who need it in chat of, yeah, what's happening here. Oh, I don't like that. That's actually making me dizzy. I know I've been trying to, like, clean methodically. I'm going to have to save that for last. It, like, made my brain hurt a little bit. So... Secondary good news, I just remembered, also related to minis like the first. My PT lady asked what I do for hobbies. I didn't know what minis were, so I'm bringing in my two. They got first in a showcase together to show her tomorrow. I'm excited. Hell yeah! I hope that it goes so well. I love hearing about people who are interested in hobbies of other people, even if they don't know what they are. It's sometimes, and by go well, I hope that she likes that. But also, like, maybe you'll get a new initiate into the hobby, right? I love getting people into, like, model building and, like, mini painting and stuff. It's cool. Yeah, hell yeah, baby horse! Yeah! For a new baby foal, what you need more often is... Guys, let me share this expertise. You need more often is things like enemas and navel dip. To clean the belly button and umbilical cord? Okay, but we're talking about food here. I don't think that, like, you give a baby horse an enema for food, right? I do have really cool good news, but I can't say anything beyond that yet. Dude, Austin, I can't wait, dude. Is it worth a text, dude? Hello once, welcome. No, literally nobody said queef methodically. That, although if you do that, like, congrats on the superb control. dropping knowledge, but about like a different part of horsehair though, right? Why did I hear naval? We hear what we want, or something like that. I don't know. Some of y'all. Good luck to y'all. Good luck to y'all in all of your endeavors and all of your desires. That's all I gotta say. So. Oh, they have trouble passing their first bowel movement. But okay, we're not talking about that stage of their life. I'm talking about what did they eat after that? Did they just eat oats like regular horses, or is there going to be like actually the oats are inserted via the enema? Like where are we going with this? Nettles, I didn't start the conversation about queefs. That's not on me. As usual, I'm trying to play my fun wash slop game. And chat is like, how could we derail this in the worst way possible? Listen, okay, that's actually good advice though, Merm. Is Kegels are actually good for you. Those are good for you, okay? So if you're doing those, good for you, everybody who needs to do those. Great for you. Horse milk? Won't be eating anything. You try to give them for a while, they might nibble at mom's food. They're dependent on the mother's milk. Mother's milk. Mother's milk. No, that makes sense. I don't know why I was like, oh yeah, mammal. They just eat oats right out of the, yeah, well. Of course they would have milk. Do I not, dude. Kegels in moderation, though, or else they mess up your pelvic floor. Morgan coming in hot with some good advice. Also, by the way. So, if cows and horses are both farm animals, why don't we drink horse milk? Because their anatomy is really different. I don't think you really want to drink horse milk. The nutritional benefits of it for a human are not. I mean, technically, like, we're not even optimized for cow milk. We just we found a way to make that work. Like, you really shouldn't be. So, embodying a Morton Joe?
And those in Twitch chat who have been faithful to me, you will get water from the power washer.
My best friend has an inflamed bladder because of that, so be careful. There you go. Morgan coming in hot with hot receipts. So, came back. I just made my bento box for tomorrow and made more teriyaki chicken and white rice with avocado and crispy onion, but this time with crispy onions, gyoza, and stir-fried veggies. More tamagoyaki. Oh my god, that sounds awesome. That sounds so good. Bilk ... is crazy. Lincoln. The dark history of Europe. Those Europeans of old just said, what if we suckled on a different animal? What if we suckled on an animal that wasn't us? I miss mother. That is kind of how it happened too, probably. Technically, I think you can drink horse milk as long as it's pasteurized, but anything I've heard is you have any dairy sensitivity, Godspeed. Yeah. I do. I won't be drinking horse milk, I'll say that. Hoodie, thank you for the 85 stream streak. Those aren't the things we're talking about, but you really... Man, what a great example. Guys, don't use ChatGPT because that's like that's like Google AI results right there, is what Hoodie did. Just combined like 5 things that were being talked about into one thing. Hoodie, now chug an entire glass of water. And then you'll have had the same impact as Gen AI search engines. Where you got the wrong answer and you destroyed an entire glass of water. There you go. Stop chat. I need you now to stop encouraging people to drink horse milk. Don't do that. Don't encourage people to drink that. That doesn't. It's probably not good for them. Disclaimer, I know, I'd call me a radical leftist, but I don't think y'all should be drinking horse milk. I just repeated what I was told. Yeah, that's also what ChatGPT would say. Whoa. Hey there. I see that you're a little bit upset by what I just told you. Let's unpack that. I think we should drink... Well, your name's not on the stream, so mine is. You're not the one getting subs from this stream. You're not the one getting amazing business opportunities and so many bits and so much money because you're a strong, successful streamer like me with my huge streamer muscles and my awesome streamer voice and my cool streamer hair. What were we talking about again? Hoodie, you're dehydrated? Oh, we had another ad break. Me sorry that y'all had ad break. I should probably make a point redemption, I just realized, like channel point redemption, that will let people tell me ad breaks going on if they forget to use the ad command. Or the ad emote. Bryant, hello! It's not just horse milk, it's an endeavor to try something no one else ever thought to try. ChatGPT, probably, yeah. If y'all haven't seen Eddie Burback's video, god damn it, about being driven insane by that, where you are gassed up to and made to think that you're actually brilliant when you might be the world's biggest moron. God, it's so wild. Because it really is, like, just another example of, like, hey, mediocre men are gonna find a way to feel great, even when they are mid as hell. It really is the stroke your ego machine, where it's less about the misinformation and it's more about the, hey, that idea to put razor blades on your kitchen chair is both innovative and something that could be more efficient. Here's an article about how razor blades open things up more quickly. And it will just have nothing to do with what you're actually asking. It's just like fucking crazy, dude. So, some cultures do drink horse milk? Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Central Asia. You are actually right. I did know this. Kazakhstan, Mongolia, etc. That is true, actually. Yeah, because they bred the horses that way. But, like, we should not be like, oh, hey, Clydesdale. You know, that would be bad. Brian, thank you for the 10 stream streak. I looked at the 450 points you got from that. I was like, 450 streak? That's wild. So, booking a flight. Yeah, gonna go visit Kyrgyzstan so you can drink the good horse milk. So, we're back from ads and Lobster Fest is back. Go eat sea bugs, I guess. Listen, seafood really is kind of just bugs. It is kind of just bugs. Give me 1 second, chat. I do have to check something quick. Give me an uno momento, por favor. S'il vous plaît. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Sorry, I had to double check something. We good. You mean a shrimp milk this shrimp? That's what they're saying. Only at Red Lobster. That would be a hell of a gimmick if they had, like, this is fish milk. This is milk that we got from a fish. And it's food grade, and we tested it, and it is technically safe to drink. It'd be kind of wild. I guess it would probably have to start with lobster milk. That's kind of their brand, right? Some lobster milk in there. I could see people trying it. It'd be like YouTuber bait. It'd just be like TikToker bait. Okay, hey guys, today we're at Red Lobster and we are going to try the new viral lobster milk. I'm really worried about this one. It seems kind of weird. Right? Allison, you came in on a normal conversation. You know? Meg taught me that bugs is technically scrimps, not scrimps is bugs. Blew my mind. Yeah, because they crawled out of the, yeah, bugs are shrimps, yeah. Because they crawled out of the ocean, yeah. But then maintained a lot of the features. You're right, that is true. You're truing. But I guess, like, the is part, like, makes them an equivalent kind of thing in many ways. So, like, shrimps is bugs still stands true, in my opinion. So, you're telling me a lobster organized this fest? That's right. With his own 2 claws. He said, guys, listen, for too long, the shrimp have run the ocean. But it's now time for us lobsters to run things around here. Let's bread these bad boys up in coconut and feed them to the humans. That's what happened. And then we'll make ourselves really expensive so not as many of us die. I want cheddar bit. They're like the best thing. I have the minis I brought home on a paper plate next to my desk to make them easier to carry, and I keep thinking they're snack. Don't eat your minis. Do not eat the Warhammer figurine. Do not. The Ultramarines do not go down easy, as you know from the lore. And then the Sisters of Battle, they don't even belong there, okay? They don't belong in your gullet. They belong out there doing the work of the Emperor, all right? Don't be crunching those. Brett, no, my God. Yeah, Lobster Mafia. That's right. What do you know about the Lobster Mafia? You don't. So, listen, Moldy, I have a disease, all right? So, sometimes that will happen. That's it. You know what the disease is? Streamer. I have the disease. Yeah, don't eat your damn incredibly expensive figurines. I know how much Warhammer costs. I've been priced out of the hobby. I know exactly how expensive that is. And my friend's custom Baja Blaster Space Marines are not for eating. Why do they look like candy? Wait, the Baja Blast color scheme on Space Marines actually sounds amazing. I love that. Oh my God, they gotta make some like Doritos ones. They gotta do like a Cool Ranch Doritos faction and like a Nacho Cheesy faction. They gotta do like a, oh man, there has to be all the snack foods. I'll say it. All the iconic drink, like Mountain Dew Code Red. First words I hear are, what do you know about the Lobster Mafia? And I can confidently say nothing. Well, Goose, you're in the #1 edutainment stream. Baja Blast is out! Devil out! Away with ye! Away with ye! You no longer have the forgiveness of your Lord and Savior, Girbeagly. You never will feel the light of this warm community again. You will never feel the joys of my blessings for your sacrilege. This is kind of neat, this little fan thing. I like that. Alright, I'm leaving. Good. Re-entry fee, by the way, is 5 billion subs. A very normal, real number. That's how it goes. Love getting Baja blasted. Dude, we went out to Connor's party this Saturday, and we got Baja blasted. Like, it's so crazy. Connor's parents, like, they barely pay attention to what he does. They don't have a limit on how many sodas you can have. It's crazy. Bringing out the true Baja stands. Yup. Yup. Yeah, no, never. You aren't allowed to have an opinion again until you've paid for your sins. All right? So, mouthwash if it tasted good. This is the best I've got. What? Do you also hate Baja Blast? Thank you for the 2 bits, by the way. I will use those 2 cents. I will use them. I will say, haha. Now, the next time I'm able to afford a Warhammer figurine, I'll buy it. I'll go, wow, this was $2 cents cheaper because of Min's. So, Shira, hello, hi, welcome on in. Welcome, my child. Shira, what are your thoughts on Baja Blast? Are you a Baja Blast believer? Are you a Baja Blast op? I love Baja Blast. I'm mixing up bits. Oh, gosh. You're just making an edgy joke then. Wow. Some people's lives are really affected by this Baja Blast debate, and you're just here to meme? Wow. Unbelievable. Sure, there's one correct answer. That's true. I think they're fine. I like them more as a freeze, but overall I feel slightly positive about them. So are we talking about like a 7.6 out of 10 kind of vibe? I'll take that. Sure, did you see Iron Lung yet, by the way? I'm so curious about your thoughts. Is 6.8 on Baja? Okay, that's acceptable. That's a passing grade. I'm alright with it. Freeze is superior. I do enjoy a Baja Blast freeze, but I don't like when it gets watered down a little bit. As the ice melts, it takes away the Baja Blast flavoring. The Baja Blast, as I've been saying. Don't you love to throw in a little bit of weird inflection on different syllables? I did. I saw it immediately after the dog. Oh, that's right. That's right. Everyone was like, wow, you're cosplaying so awesome. So, that's a D+. That's still a passing grade. 65 and up out of 100 is a passing grade. For those of you who are forgetting what your education was based on. Your based education was based on. Slide door? What's that mean? What door am I... Bro, is there a secret door? Secret tunnel, secret tunnel. Through the mountains. Secret, secret, secret. I'm going up here. I'm finding the secret door. I gotta get it. So. Yeah, same Ace of Snakes. Yeah, I don't like my drinks getting watered down. Your school 65 and up wasn't passing? That's fair. I live in the Rochester area where the saying growing up was C's get degrees. Because they were like, hey, yeah, even if you're a C grade student, you can still get a job working at the Kodak factory. Because we need a workforce that's good at following orders. And that was kind of all they cared about. But if you just were trying to get through school and walk across the stage, you just needed like a 65 or up. Won't spoil anything in here, but I can text you my thoughts. Sure, I have so many thoughts about the movie. Wait. Oh! Interessant, as the French say. Okay, I'm gonna get this done so I don't forget that it exists. Yep, I always heard that. Yeah, C's get degrees. Yep, it was a whole thing. Big factory town, you know. Big factory town thing. We're just like, get a job in the factory if you can. You'll be hooked up with better benefits than someone who goes off to college. And for part of the time, that was kind of true. I'll say I wasn't a big fan of how much money I spent on higher education, but to be fair, I became a fucking streamer. Became a full-time YouTuber instead. So what was I doing? But to be fair, I'm starting to bring, you know, some of that mental health knowledge to the YouTube channel. I just put up a new YouTube video about that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, hungry for the knowledge of your thoughts. I was just telling chat that one of the greatest things about the after party to the LA premiere of Iron Lung was I got to look Mark dead in his eyes and go, your movie? Not enough blood, bitch. But also he was like, you know, he took to the stage in the bar that we were at the after party for, and he was just like, I need everybody to just forget that you like me for a second and give me your honest thoughts on the movie. And everyone was like, no, it's a Markiplier. I don't want to be in a bad favor with him. And teehee, I won't tell him the truth because I don't want him to feel bad about his movie. And I went, I've known Mark for 10 years. Mark, your movie sucked, dude. It was poopy in a can that you couldn't even open the top without a can opener. And frankly, it made me sick to my stomach. Not because of the gore and the blood, but because it just horrendous on the eyes. Horrendous on all the senses, really. But really, I was just like, hey, dude, I think that the pacing and a couple other little technical things, because I'm a fucking film autist. And he was like, thanks, dude. No, thank you so much. Because I asked him like 3 times before I told him. I was like, are you sure you want like the brutal truth from me, dude? And he was like, yes, I genuinely need good feedback. I need feedback on this so I can do some last minute tweaks before it goes to regular theaters. And I was like, okay, dude, these are the things I really enjoyed about it. And then here's a couple things I think were a little weaker, but not necessarily bad. And he went, thank you. I'm Markiplier. And today... I'm making EDM, apparently. That was cool. Those fools who like you more if you tell him what was bad. It's true. I was explaining to chat, he loves constructive criticism. He actually does. Not unsolicited, but when he asks for it. Like, he really wanted to... Yeah, that's what I told him. I said, oh my god, this movie? Stinky. You know? Yeah, he said it just like that. Yep. Yeah. He ended it with, I'm Markiplier every time. I said, hey, man, I know. I actually know that. And he was like, yeah, I know you do. I'm Markiplier. And I said, hey, man, we got to get you to the hospital. Something horrifically wrong is happening with you, and I'm worried now. And he went, yeah, I might have drank a little bit of blood on the set. And then he took his skin suit off, and we went, oh my god, it wasn't Mark the whole time. It was a weird creature. Ah! And then, yeah, it was just a normal day with him. It's really interesting. When is Mark not in the hospital? True. Yeah. The iron lung would be stinky by the hour 50 mark. I'd ask him how it tasted. He did answer that, actually. He said it tasted like... I mean, it's just like corn syrup and like gelatin or something. He said it was not necessarily pleasant, but it's not like the grossest thing that you could put in your mouth. You know what I'm saying? Knowing it was filmed in Austin gave me a little hope about the filmmaking scene here. Honestly, there is a very, very decent and robust indie film scene in Austin, and a lot of like union, like LA productions actually do film in places like Texas still, and a lot of Hollywood funded non-union projects film in Texas due to their labor laws. So, Edge, oh, thank you for letting me know. Every time Mark goes to the hospital, I just sign lock my phone. Really good. Unfortunately, there's no great way to get involved without simply knowing people. This is the number one thing that I really dislike about any industry. It's like me as a voice actor, right? The whole reason I even have most of the opportunities that I have is because I happen to get in on the ground floor, you know, years and years of acting classes and involving myself in smaller projects. And then just word of mouth where people were like, hey, you should hire Brian. He's actually pretty decent at what he does. That was like how I started getting my like larger breaks. And it took a long time. It did. It took a long, long time to really get involved. And even then, it's like you're not guaranteed work all the time, right? So, yeah, we in Edge. We in Edge. Let me know when Edge is over. We're not really talking about anything too important. We'll continue Iron Lung talk when people are back, I guess. Since that was the last topic we had going before Edge break. Yeah, whipping booty around while the Edge break plays. Let's go. whipping booty, twerking ass. Let's go. Can you squirt in short... I really hate the start of that sentence. Can you squirt in short, quick bursts on those ESM squares? Here we go. Edge free, let's go. Everyone's out of edge jail. Oh, EDM is what you meant? I was like, what is an EDS square? I'm just going to go with it. I knew what you meant, so. My refusal to work for the Department of Defense has locked me out of a lot of the aerospace industry now, even though I have contacts who would vouch for me. Yeah, it's like, it's one of those things like a resume, unfortunately, kind of matters less these days than it used to. So, you know, back when I was in school, people were like, you should take that unpaid internship, and then you'll make connections, and then you'll get jobs guaranteed because it will be on your resume, and that is not how that worked, even back then. But now it's just like, I don't know, dude, you kind of just gotta keep trying until you find those people who really want to welcome you into the fold. And that doesn't mean go out there and be insincere and just network. It means be sincere. Make connections by naturally doing the work that you're good at and continuing to show you have an interest in whatever industry you're trying to get into. And then hopefully with that combination of luck and enthusiasm, you'll find the people who are like, I will do everything in my power to help you, and it's still not going to be a guarantee. So... EDS rave, but it's a bunch of hypermobile people dancing around dislocating their joints. So evil, I hate going into relationships with people with the intent of networking, so I just try to form actual connections with people in the creative sphere. That's my thing. God, I can't dox who she is, because I would hate if she started getting, like, people hitting her up or anything. But there's a very, very well-established voice actor in my circles who I met completely organically. She happens to be someone who works for like a big studio, and she was a fan of my work on Boyfriend Dungeon, and she randomly started asking other people in the voice acting industry about me, and asking if like I was worth hiring or giving a shot to. And what ended up happening was, you know, everyone was like, oh yeah, Brian's great, does great in classes, is like a fast learner, really nice human being, stands for like good, like ethics and whatever. Or so I've been told. This is how these conversations went down. Let's get him into some projects. Let's workshop him. You know, let's get some auditions his way. Cannot good girl at me for listening to a request by chat to spray the fun music squares, okay? So, yeah, so this connection I have, like, she is a friend now because, you know, word got back to me that she had vouched for me, and I was like, what do you mean this person who is this really well-established, really cool voice actor that I look up to and enjoy the work of, like, vouch for me? It's like, who the hell am I? So that was like a big surprise, but like apparently I got crushed. Apparently she'd been vouching for me for a while, and other people had been vouching for me to her, and it just happened very naturally. But again, it's like you can't really predict it. I wasn't like going into a space to try to get that kind of connection. It just kind of happened. It was really weird how it happened. And I'm very grateful for it, but also like every now and then I'm like, I'm confused. Why me? But yeah, I don't know. It's I hate networking. I fucking hate it. The number of like conventions and events I've been invited to that are like, come to this zany tech convention. Oh, go join us at this zany tech convention. You'll be able to rub elbows with this CEO of this tech company or this product manager of this tech company and maybe get some cool sponsorship things going. And it's like, I fucking hate doing that. I barely liked after parties at things like PAX, unless I was just there with my friends vibing. I'd rather just become friends with people. I'd rather be like, wow, we have more in common just as human beings than anything else. Oh, we happen to like work in an industry that like crosses over, or in the same industry or whatever. Wow, now because you're my friend, you have now vouched for me, or I vouched for you, or we've mutually done that. Like, I don't know. It's certain industries lend itself better to like, you know, cold networking like that. But I've never been a fan. Every single person I know, you know, I knew Ethan when no one knew who the hell he was. Like, I was friends with him back then. I've known Mark for 10 years, and it's like, sure, he had hit, I think, around like 2 million subs or something on YouTube at the time, and that was unheard of back in 2015. But also, he wasn't known by the mainstream in any way. No one knew who he was. He wasn't like, he was only a household name on YouTube because YouTube was so small still that, like, if you were on YouTube, you had to have heard about the guy with 2 million subs kind of thing. And it was just one of those things where it's just like, I don't know. He didn't ever have to reach out to me and become friends with me. He decided to. I don't know. It's been a weird journey to see how that industry's changed quite a bit. Like, clout kind of does all the talking now, which sucks. But I think I've done it right, and I think that the people that I know and the circles I've been welcomed into are a lot stronger than a lot of the sort of clout-hungry people I see trying to climb the ladder real quick. And if that works for them, so be it. You know, that doesn't really affect me at the end of the day. They can do whatever the hell they want with their time and their efforts. But I like the way that I've done it because I'm actually friends with the people that are surrounding me who are, you know, successful or helping me be successful, or, you know, just rooting each other on all the time, passing each other cool opportunities, you name it. So, late good news. Give me 1 second to read this in my brain, Uber. So, yeah, kimbap normally has crunchy veggies. There are a couple that are a little bit softer. Yeah, and fresh is definitely the way to go. And actually will probably lend itself more to soft veggies instead of crunchier veggies. You can, you know, go to places that serve it fresh, and like you get to pick the fillings basically. But I'm glad that you enjoyed it overall for your first try of it. Who are you? Where am I? One thing I learned outside of school was how to interview by family, and I'm so glad. I mean, yeah, all those types of skills. Your social skills will become your professional skills. That's basically what I've learned. Got coffee recently with a local freak drag queen here to do some concept design, though we ended up just talking most of the time. It seemed like they might try to help me get out into the performing sphere, which is very exciting. I love that. Yeah, even it's stage stuff, even if it's like, you know, small event stuff. Like, it's a start. It's a way to get eyes on you. It's a way to show people what you're actually interested in. Especially with the performing arts. It's just important to just find opportunities to perform at all, or involve yourself in production at all. It's kind of like the scare thing you were doing, like being a scare actor. Like that, you have no idea if some of those people might go off and do like a production and be like, oh damn, yeah, Shira was awesome as a scare actor. Let's get Shira in here for, you know, some reads or whatever, some auditions. Like, I don't know, that happens like all the time. You never know who around you is potentially going to even try a different industry. Like, you might be like, oh yeah, that's my friend who's been like a student teacher their entire adult life, and then they shot for the stars and they wrote a book, and they were like, hey, I know you did some, like, you know, writing editing back in the day. I need an editor. Do you mind like doing a once over on my book? I'll pay you for your time, get your name in the credits of the book, whatever. Like, that stuff happens. That stuff does happen. Local freak drag queen's a funny sentence. Yeah. You never know. Again, it's like Ethan, the joke I make about Ethan all the time is he worked at Salvage Barbecue in Portland, Maine, which, yeah, it's the biggest city, right, in Maine or whatever, but it's really not that big. You know, he's a small town boy, and no one online really knew who he was yet, right? And I used to make the joke that he was the manager at the Chicken Hut, is what I used to call it. I just joke around with him about that. hey man, you're the manager of the chicken hut. Sure, whatever you say, manager of the chicken hut. You know, we joke around like that with our silly sibling energy. And I don't know, his career blowing up, I didn't ever expect him to be like, oh yeah, by the way, dude, I work, you know, I was the second person he called about working for Mark. And I didn't expect anything from that. I simply rooted on my friend. And then next thing I knew, he was out in California working for Mark and being like, Brian, we got to do videos together so we get, you know, more people knowing about your great content. Hey, dude, do you want to come out to LA, hang out with me and the crew? Do you want to do XYZ? And I'm not saying, again, make friends with people because there's the potential for that. But it's more of like, make friends with people because you're a good human being and you want to support other good human beings. And then if out of that something beneficial happens, that's wonderful. That's great. That's not you social climbing. That's not you having the intention of, I get a leg up because I know this person. That is you being like, wow, we're still friends and I get to support my friend in regardless of the capacity that they operate at, right? Loga, hello, hi. I hope that mobile goes well. Enjoy the oat milk as well. Oh my goodness, Murm, yeah, like we were saying at the beginning of stream, oh my goodness, the headaches have been so bad. Please take care of you. Please take care of you. Thank you so much for dropping by, and I appreciate all the time that you spend here, truly. Every time I meet someone new, they tell me I have something special, and I go, I know. I just need the people with money to figure that out and hire me. I think, how long have I been telling you that? That, like, it literally, all it's going to take is the right eyes on the stuff that you make. Speaking of, where's your movie at? I don't think you realize, like, how many waves that could make from the small bit of it that I've seen. I think it's cool shit. I think it's a great showcase. At least a week, probably, yeah. I think you got that spark. I'm working on it, but I've hit a wall. I feel like Sisyphus, the creative's endeavor. That's my thing. A lot of people don't know this. I used to tell Ethan all the time, back when we first started making videos together. Back before, again... Yeah, 90% of the time people will know whether a friendship is genuine versus transactional. Right. Most people will. There's some people out there who, you know, takes a little bit more, or they have a little bit too much belief in the human spirit and don't realize they're being taken advantage of. I've had people social climb me. I've had a lot of people social climb me to get closer to other people. And at some point they hit a wall because they go, oh, I can use Brian to get close to Sean or Mark or Ethan or whoever. And people talk. And it comes back, and they hit a wall that they can now no longer gain access over. Ever. Yeah, Shiro movie! Exactly. Don't call me out like that. Listen, people pleasers, 2026 is the year I deprogram you from being a people pleaser. I'm helping. I'm helping, because I have to use my psych degree. Otherwise, it just sits in my basement and gathers dust. Okay? I want it to be done so bad. I want it to be done so bad. It's an ethical way to build connections because you're not seeking to use them as a means to an end. Absolutely. Exactly. It really is about intention and focus. Like, some people get so excited to be friends with people because I get it. Like, all of us want more friends at the end of the day kind of thing. Like, I get it. But sometimes if you do come across, like, way too desperate, that can send some social signals of like, wow, this person might only be desperate to become friends with me because I am popular on the internet or something, or the circles I travel in seem appealing. Those honest mistakes happen, but again, networking is work at the end of the day. So getting in touch with how you come across, being a little bit more self-aware about it, is kind of an important skill to try to develop. Again, your social skills really are going to be what your networking is. If you can be friendly with other people, if you can work well with other people, if you aren't just constantly brown-nosing, if you are treating other people like a human being. I've shared this a million times before. I think literally the only reason Mark and I became friends is because outside of our very first meeting in 2015, I have always just treated him like a guy. He is literally just a guy. Ethan reached out to ask me about the troubles I'm having the other day, and then I told him, and then he forgot to respond. Yeah, he probably actually even has a good solution for you, but he's Ethan. So, chat, be kind to yourselves and do that. Yes, medicate, get those supplements, vitamins. You are worth taking care of, chat, please. My other insight on it, because again, this isn't just like YouTube stuff, but it's just like, once you form those friendships, actually root people on, dude. Like, I saw the potential in Ethan way before anyone online knew who he was. I regularly would tell him this. There's probably at least 200 texts I have sent him over the years where I went, dude, like, he'd get down on himself. He'd be like, man, like, I don't even know if, like, you know, people like me online. I don't know if my, like, YouTube videos are good. Like, I don't know, man. And I'd be like, dude, I love your YouTube videos. Here are the things I like about them. I think you got that spark. I think you got something special in you, dude. I really do. I think that, like, I could see you acting in a Hollywood production someday. I could see you out in LA thriving as a content creator. Told him this years before it ever happened. Told him, hey, man, it sucks sometimes. This lifestyle sucks sometimes. Being a full-time content creator, especially when you're not out where all the work is really tough. It's really hard. But I think you got that special magic in you, dude. I used to tell him that shit pretty much daily. And then the moment that his dreams came true and he was like, I'm going out to LA, like, it's just like, it's crazy, man. Problem is I know so many editors and none of them are in Austin, Texas, and I don't know how to get help on it virtually when it's all color grading and sound issues. God. Yeah, that is rough. I don't know if you have an easy way to send it my way, but I know a little bit about sound design and sound engineering. Free of charge, of course. Yeah, being nonchalant and normal works wonders with social things. And, yeah, exactly. It's not transactional then. You're not networking anymore. You're friendshipping. And then once the friendship is formed, if some sort of, like, positive thing comes out of that benefits you or them or both of you, that's just how life works. I don't know. It's like having someone come over and be like, hey, man, I'll order us both a pizza. It's like, I don't know. That's not transactional. It's like, I want to treat my friend to pizza. That's kind of what happened. Ethan started blowing up, and he's like, dude, I want to scratch your back because you have always been there to support me and help guide me through life. Exactly. There's no true intimacy in transactional relationships. Period. Bigger figures in any space are so used to people trying to, like, use them, treating them like regular people's the way to go. Oh, yeah. I have so many stories about large creators because I've had the privilege of knowing so many of them and being close to them for a very large portion of my career. And, yeah, I don't know. There's a reason a lot of them are very guarded. And that's anyone in any industry, like you said. Big figures in any industry, really. So, perhaps I shall see. If I promise not to be critical about any of the content that I see, and I just work on audio stuff. How's that? Does that sweeten the deal? Got off work early today because I wasn't feeling great at the time. I thought it was anxiety related, but I talked it over with my mom, and we think the symptoms I was experiencing was because of low blood sugar. Ooh, yeah, that's not good. That was fun to learn. I'm feeling a lot better now, thankfully, and I have the next 2 days off work too. Loga, glad that you got that figured out and you're feeling a bit better. Sometimes I suffer from like a little bit of low blood sugar, get like a bad headache, feel like low energy, and I'm like, why do I feel this way? And it's like, oh yeah, I haven't eaten since like the afternoon. And it's now 10 at night or something. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Neat sauce. It becomes so second nature. You don't even think about all the ways that you help that other person because you just naturally do it. It is second nature to be kind to your friends. But also, it's nice when people recognize that. Not that you should expect it. Like, it's nice when someone does that. When they're like, hey, you're always so nice to me. And you're like, what? I don't even think anything of that. Of course I'm nice to you. I think you're great. Right? And then on the other side of it, it's just like, I always try to be very thankful to my friends because I know everything they do is optional. And I know everything they're doing is something kind for my benefit. So I like to, I'm just a very thankful person. I say thank you to you guys 5,000 times a week. So, Is Mick awkward as default, but has learned authenticity awkward is also okay? Absolutely. Yeah, when I say social skills, I don't mean like you have to control all the energy in the room. You don't have to be the most charismatic person there. You just have to be a person. You have to be authentically and genuinely a person. If you go, I promise you, because I've seen this, I've shared this story, I don't know, probably 25 freaking times now, right? It is one of those things where I've been at after parties, at conventions, I've been at big creator events where there have been people, you know, who cannot help themselves around my friends. Me and my friends are hanging out. There will be a dude, we're clearly in the middle of a conversation, who will just walk up, tap someone on the shoulder. Hey, Sean. This happened to us, I think in like 2019 at like PAX East or something. Dude walks up. We're all clearly having a conversation. Someone walks up behind Sean, starts patting him on the shoulder. Hey, dude, Sean. Huge fan, by the way. Are you a fan of Fortnite? Have you ever checked out my Fortnite channel? I just hit 300,000 subs. I'm very inspired by you, by the way. But check out my channel. I have 300,000 subs on YouTube from my Fortnite content. I do funny Fortnite clips. And Sean, being a gentleman, yeah, why be a fan when you can just be funny? Sean, being a gentleman, hey man, that is so great meeting you. Thanks so much for good luck with your channel. Yeah, it was nice meeting you too. Yeah, I'll take a selfie quick. All right, cool. See you later. Maybe in the party. Immediately as the person leaves, like, oh wow, that was kind of rough. That was tough. You know, he didn't like talk down to the person. He wasn't like a terrible, rude human being to them. He just was like, oh, that felt very inauthentic. Oh, I wish people didn't do that to me, because I want to go to these things and have fun with people. And, like, actually genuinely get to know them and be, like, kind to each other and have some kind of human connection, because we're all exhausted from talking about business all the time. Like, I don't want to hear about fucking YouTube stats all the time. Like, that's our life when we're not, you know, spending thousands of dollars to be at a convention. Like, this is like some of the few moments we get to hang out with other people in our field and get to know them as people. Like, obviously, you know, the people in that room all did YouTube. Like, we all knew that about each other. So it was literally a YouTube party. It's very weird when that kind of thing happens. It's a bummer, because it's very clear what the intention of doing that is. Oh, this is my shot. And I get getting nervous. I really do. I get being like, I'm going to shoot my shot. I really do. I get it. But at the same time, if you're not even like, hey man, how are you? How are you doing? Just want to let you know, big fan of your work. It's really cool to see you here. I'm David, by the way, and oh my god, my ball. But no, I'm David, and yeah, I do YouTube too. Yeah, I got invited. It's crazy to be in the same room with everybody, and you know, like there's an entitlement presumption that happens towards a lot of these bigger figures online of, oh, I'm in the same space as them, therefore I'm entitled to their time. And every single time I've seen interaction similar to that one, the person who had that interaction done to them has turned to me and gone, oh my god. Like, that was rough. That bummed me out, dude. I like the slipping in and out of the slight accent during that explanation. What accent? Wait, what accent? Do I have an accent? I'm David, by the way, and I have ADHD. Dude, it's just like... I tell this other embarrassing story about me meeting Sean and Mark the very first time. More music. I thought that was like Fetty Wap. I thought that was Trap Queen for a second. That was pretty good. I was doing an Irish accent? What? Oh, the Sean accent? Was I? I was mimicking his Irish. I did not even realize. My anxiety rears up when I talk to people in that vein because I'm trying so hard not to be weird that it makes me act weird. But there's like a big difference. I guarantee your version of acting weird isn't you going, "Hey, what's up? I'm a big fan. By the way, do you ever want to collaborate?" Like, I guarantee that's not like the first thing you say to anyone in that situation. I guarantee that you don't do that. So, not me sitting here going hot cross buns, hot cross buns. You're so true. I know I'm so true because I've talked to you. Come on. But that's like the whole thing. It's like the very first night I ever met Sean and Mark. Anxiety also makes me act weird, so I make up for it by bringing little trinkets to show people. Honestly, that's kind of a based idea. Having a little fidget thing, a little gimmick to distract you with, right? Or to distract them with. And then while they're not paying attention, you steal their clout. You take a selfie behind their back. You're like just chilling in the green room with Markiplier. The first night I ever met Mark was at a PAX after party. It was at a Twitch party. And I tell this story because I was a little awkward shit. But clearly it did not frighten them away from me. But I walked into this party, and, you know, there's a bunch of my, like, YouTube friends I'd been friends with for a couple years. Guy named Entwin the Pack, goes by just Entwin now. Any of you who remember, like, Wade's old gaming crew, Entwin was, like, part of that. I saw Entwin. I climbed the stairs to the second floor VIP area, and I ended up seeing Entwin there. And Entwin was just, Girbeagly, oh my god, you're here. Gave me this huge hug. And then, like, right behind him, you know, there's like Sean. And I'm like, oh my god, holy shit, Jacksepticeye, whoa, dude, great meeting you, man. You know, oh, Brian, hey, I know you from YouTube and Twitter. You know, he gives me a big hug. But then, like, you know, behind him is suddenly Mark. Stands up to check out who the hell are all these people greeting. Yeah, Entwin. I know, Entwin. But it was a weird moment because my brain short-circuited. Maj, welcome to the stream. Bedhead, welcome to the stream. And I was like, in my brain, this is my moment to say, hey, Mark, thank you so much for all the videos you've made. It's been awesome. Very inspiring to see you raise for charity. Great to meet you. Hope you have a great night. And I instead, and then behind him was Jesus himself. Yeah. And I went up, because hey, what's up? I'm Mark. And I went, I'm a big fan, like that. And that was literally the noise that came out of me. You can ask Morgan. It sounded like I was about to throw up on him. And the weirdest thing I could do. And then he kind of was like, oh, hey, yeah, nice to meet you. And we shook hands, and I went, oh my god, my life is over. I'm the most embarrassing, socially awkward piece of shit alive. I fucking suck. He's going to make a YouTube video about this tomorrow that was like, yeah, I met the weirdest motherfucker at the Twitch VIP party. God damn it. If you ever hear of Girbeagly, please hit him with bricks and still he stops moving. That, like, my brain just, like, went to worst case scenario kind of shit, right? And then the next moment he went, hey, you want to join it? You want to hang out and have a couple drinks with us and chill? And then he pulled out a gun and he shot me 14 times, but you know, but then I released like a really successful rap album about it. But after the rap album, like, yeah, we hung out all night, and then we hung out all weekend, and it was pretty cool, right? And now we are friends still somehow. And the whole night, I didn't talk about YouTube. I didn't talk about YouTube stats. I didn't talk about... I wasn't going, oh, Tiny Box Tim at him or anything like that. I wasn't being fucking weird. I was just like, this is a guy that I respect who's getting to know me, so I'm just going to let him get to know me as another human being. And then I got way too drunk because I kept going, hey, Sean, do you want to do a shot of Irish whiskey? And I did that like 6 times. So that was pretty cool. I don't remember how I reacted meeting Mark, but I was probably a fucking idiot. I remember Sean noticed I was shaking when I met him, which is very embarrassing. I remember one of the times that you met Mark, and you, and it was very cute, because I think it was Mark. No, I can't remember. I think it was like PAX West or something, and you gave Mark a little puppet of him that you had used to do a stop motion animation. And Mark was like, oh my God, this is amazing. And you were like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. Oh, like, and it was actually really cute. So, but that's why people like you, because you're cute and cool. So, because none of that, that's the thing. Can you imagine? That's the thing that I don't like, right? This is the thing that I fucking love about most conventions I've gone to, is it's where content creators go to meet their fans and to talk a little bit of business with some like brands there, but just hang out as friends with each other. You go to the after parties because you want to hang out with your friends and stuff. Again, you're not networking with them. You're hanging out with your friends. And you strengthen your bonds, and then after everyone goes home, that's when like the natural networking stuff happens, where people are like, yo, dude, I had such a great time hanging out with you this past weekend. You want to do a freaking video together? So... yeah, why talk stats when you can talk about, like, bugs or something? Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's like, we didn't talk, like, any of that stuff. Like, I know there's some types of conventions out there where you go and it's like, this is the big tech convention. All we're going to talk about is ROI. All we're going to talk about is cutting-edge technology, and we're going to talk about our jobs, which is a job convention. It's a work convention. The thing about, like, a lot of the creator spaces, yeah, those are work conventions. Technically, you're meeting your community. It is, like, potentially for publicity. It is potentially for, you know, those connections you do make with brand reps who you're not really there to be friends with. They're trying to sell you their product also and get you to promote their product also. But, like, a majority of it is just people hanging out, people being human beings to each other. It's not a work convention in the traditional sense of we are all talking about, oh, dude, yeah, man, the fucking algorithm, oh, man. Like, people will bring stuff like that up casually, and they'll complain about things here or there. But it's not about, like, oh, dude, yeah, what do your stats look like compared to, oh, my stats, oh, your stats, oh, blah, blah, oh, how do we get more A/B testing for thumbnails and titles? Oh, have you ever tried hashtags? But no one's fucking doing that. And the people who are mad weird. And you notice that they are in their own little groups away from you. And it's just like, I don't know, dude. It's one of those things where just be a person. If you're, like, looking to, quote, network with anybody, yeah, just be a person. And it's going to take more time than some other methods, but it's the right way to do it, in my opinion. And I know this was a long tangent off of Shira trying to find networking in Austin on the film scene. So here's my shout out. I've known Shira forever. I raised Shira from a small egg, and I think that they are one of the most talented human beings that I've ever had the pleasure of knowing. And if you're someone who works in Austin, and especially if you're someone who works in the creative arts scene, especially if you're someone who works in the creative film art scene, please fucking hire Shira. Please work with Shira. I don't care what level of production it is. Fucking hire them. They're so fucking cool. They have that spark I was talking about that I've told Ethan that he's had before he ever blew up. That's the type of shit I try to recognize in people, and I see it there. I see it there. I see Shira creating the coolest shit in the world. Y'all like The Substance. Y'all like weird-ass movies like Together. Y'all like stuff that's just like bizarre, strange body horror and metaphorically meaningful art with a cool style. Shira's the next. Like, I would not be surprised if we count something that Shira makes in the future amongst a lot of those cool things. Whatever, man. Yeah, I know. Yeah, from an egg. Yeah, that's how I grow them. Catch me meeting Brian for the first time at a convention or something, and instead of introducing myself, being like, "Did you know that jumping spiders are the only spider that can see in 3D?" You joke, but the majority of people that would meet me, at conventions, I told you, would be super nervous to meet me. Part of it was probably the dehydration and the exhaustion of standing in line for 3 hours to meet a 5'5" weird gremlin. But the number of people would walk up and they'd be like, "I'm so sorry, I don't know what to say to you." And I'd be like, you know, you're not alone. You're the like 150th person in this line who has told me that. What are your thoughts on Baja Blast? Like, that's, I will talk to anyone about anything. That's not even a unique approach. Talking to me about like bugs or something. That rocks, actually. I love that. That shit rules. Yeah. My movie has over 100 live worms. I'm sick in the head. Well, that's also true. Many things can exist at the same time. So, creative film art scene, you say? Yes. Yeah, V, have you met Shira? Can confirm Shira is incredibly skilled and talented. Truly. Like, an artiste. Shira, this is now, your networking stream. There you go. Yeah, love Shira's little freaks. Don't say anything faint. You'll get to meet Mark, too. That was a freak thing that happened. I feel so bad for that person. I feel so bad for that fan. Because they were so embarrassed. They were, like, crying when they met me again later. Because at convention, I think I said that after that happened, the last day of the convention, I had a little meetup before I left Seattle. And I was like, hey, anyone who wants to, like, meet up with me one last time before I leave the convention for the last time, you know, meet here in front of this, like, hall. And they showed up, and they were, like, crying, and they were like, "I'm so sorry, I fainted during your meet and greet." And I was like, "You are fine. Oh, my God, I'm just glad you're okay. I'm sorry Mark was back there being an asshole in the green room and giving you a bigger panic attack." No comedy, hello. Next time I meet an online friend or acquaintance IRL, I gotta do my token pill bug info dump. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, treat your friends like friends. Don't just network. Because, again, who knows? Your friend could go off and create Iron Lung, right? I don't know. I don't know if we've officially met, but we have been in the same room, I believe. Probably. Indeed, yes, I know, Shira. Let's go. See, honestly, yeah, the rooms that, especially like the crew that's been around for a long time have been in, are increasingly smaller all the time. But we're, even back then, pretty exclusive, I have to say. So there's a lot of crossover between people that have known me or I've known for many years, which I like it that way. I like it nice and easy. So immediately penguin pebbles on anyone it meets. Yeah. Since I got introduced to you through Neat Dude and Chris, you're simply a pal. Neat Dude pals, honestly, Team Neat Dude is like the most informal stream team that's on Twitch, I think. We haven't even done like a team event in 8 billion years. It's so funny. It is wild. Obviously, a lot's been going on in everybody's private lives and in the world. But it's like anytime I've met another member of Team Neat Dude in person, I'm just like, this is the easiest shit in the world. The only easier meeting I ever had was the first time I met Kat just a couple weeks ago. Kat and I immediately clicked. We went, oh shit, dude. So we're just gonna act the same way in person as we have being friends online for years. This is the greatest. Immediately getting into the goofy ass humor. So, yeah, it's just one of those things. It's one of those things where just treat people like people. I tell people this all the time. I've said this like a billion times to people because don't be nervous to meet me. I am literally just a person. I'm not even like I'm not even a popular content creator the way I used to be. So like, especially now, just know I'm just a person. But I keep it nice and easy. This obviously doesn't extend to other content creators because everyone is very different. Most content creators I know do not like being disturbed if they're like at a restaurant or something. But if you ever see me and I'm eating at a restaurant or something, you are allowed to approach me and be like, "Hey, please, or like, hey, it's great to meet you. Like, we're heading out, or we just saw you here, and just wondering if like I could get a quick selfie or say hi quick." I will absolutely take like 5-10 minutes out of my dinner to just say hi, just chat for a little bit, and we go back to our own dinners. Or if you're like leaving the restaurant or whatever, or if I'm leaving the restaurant and you stop me, I'm okay with that. I'm all right. As long as you're being respectful about it, I'm okay. Most content creators don't like that because like eating dinner is like a personal, private moment for them and their friends or whoever's with them, right? But for me, like, that might be the last time you get to say hi to me. That might be the last time you get to say hi to me in person. I don't want you to miss that. So I'm always open to that. And it is one of those things where it's like, if I look busy, you know, like maybe just wait for a window. But most of the time I'll be fine. Like 99% of the time I'll just be, "Oh, hey, whoa, no way. You watch my streams?" Or, "Wow, you watch my YouTube videos? Cool. That is so awesome." It is so amazing to put a face to a username. I don't want people to miss out on that shit. Because that used to be the worst part about leaving a convention, was getting a million DMs from people who were like, "I saw you when you were walking across the convention floor, but I thought you looked busy, so I didn't bother you. And then I didn't see you the rest of the weekend, and I never got to say hi. I never got to get a selfie with you." That used to break my heart. Please say hi to me if you see me somewhere. Speedrunning makeup right now, but Shira, I'm going to check out your shit. Yes, do that. So, Altleaf, take care. Get some good sleep. Thanks for vibing. I hope people have been enjoying late night wash slop. It's a slop stream. If you want things besides slop streams, I promise they're on the horizon. We also have other sub goals that will not be slop streams that you can also potentially activate sooner than later. I'm excited to do more silly stuff on stream. I've been liking... I realized I've been filling the schedule with so many weird things, and also taking enough time off that I have not done Power Wash Sim in a week. So it was like, oh yeah, I kind of just have the energy for this tonight. And just big vibes, being chillin' tonight. Get sleep. Anybody who's leaving, please get some wonderful sleep. Please know that your time and your energy was very appreciated here tonight. Thank you. But yeah, I don't know. Everyone is always like, "How do you know all these people?" And I'm like, I don't know. I've just kind of always been nice. And for a while, that used to give me a complex where I was like, wow, I am talentless, and my only thing I'm known for online is being like a nice person. And everyone knows me because I am a nice person. And then I really thought about it, and I was like, there are way worse freaking things to be known for online. Oh, wow, I'm known for being nice and genuine? That's neat. Don't be scared of Brian, she is 5'5". That's also true. I am not intimidating in person. So, Levy, hello, hi. When I went to GDQ, I was super nervous to say hi to a streamer I've watched for nearly 10 years, ran into her boyfriend, and he told me to just say hi. By the end of the week, I chatted with her a few times, and we played cards together. Exactly. That is adorable. I love that. Still scared. I'm 5'4". Yes, I can be intimidating. No, it's one of those things where content creators, for the most part, besides some of the worst behaved ones who I think have just become caricatures of human beings at this point, most of us are just people. We are just people. Please feel free to say hi. Please treat us like human beings. Please be respectful and kind the way that you would to another human being out there, you know? And there's probably going to be a positive outcome of doing that. Shark, get some wonderful rest. Thanks so much for dropping by and hanging out. Appreciate it. If we ever meet and grab a selfie, I'll slouch so you can be taller than me for one single time. You won't have to. I'll have... Listen, if I ever go on E, it's going to make me grow. I'm going to be like the weird exception to it, where instead of taking my height from me, I'm actually going to become like a really tall, lanky girl. So, you won't even have to, okay? I still plan on our first meeting to wear shoes that make me taller than you as a fellow 5'5". What if I'm also wearing, like, heels, though? What about that? Did you factor that into your master plan? Huh? Don't be scared of me, I'm 5'9". I don't get scared of taller people. Y'all are easier to tip over. You know? Amy, welcome to the stream. Hello, hi, welcome. I fear tall Brie, actually. Me too. What would that even look like? I am kind of like stumpy, though. I feel like I'd maybe like look a little bit more proportional. It depends on who it is for me. If it's someone like you, I can say it's moldy and you know who I am, but a lot of YouTubers I've watched / binge literally don't know me. It's not about being known. It's about how you treat them, though. That's I think you might have taken away the wrong point here. Yeah, I have a smaller community, so I have the advantage of being able to identify people on a slightly more personal level. But if you just walk up to someone and you go, hey, dude, are you so-and-so? Oh my God, I've watched your videos for 5 years. You've been a huge inspiration in my own life. Thanks for doing what you do. And you just treat the person like a normal person. That's what sticks out like a million times more. Mayor, yeah, Lil Simsy, Kayla is great. I get to hang out with her a little bit every time that I'm at the St. Jude Summit each year. She's great. She's super friendly. She's also like a little kind of shaky leaf person at times too, though. So very approachable, like incredibly approachable, incredibly personable. So despite the fact that she is like truly influential in the space, and she downplays it and doesn't realize just how influential she is. She's very, very humble, very just admirably open and kind in many ways. So, yeah, 8-inch stilettos. There we go. Yeah, we'll be tall queens. So, I mean, Moldy, that's just the way that the internet is. We're not going to know you. You're going to know us because there's more eyes on us and there's more of us putting ourselves out there. That's just the way it is. That's the dynamic. It is a weird dynamic, but that's also why I talk about parasocialism and power dynamics here a lot. It's always going to be one-sided, and that's kind of it. That's it. You just kind of got to get used to it if you ever want to say hi to someone in person that you watch online. That's about it. So, you just made me realize that I'm just about 6 foot and I've been looking at heels. Dang, okay. Pray every day, wake up 5'10". Yeah, Moldy, that's okay. We talked about like 1,000 things in the conversation. Nothing to feel bad about or anything. I think that's the reason we vibed, was because I don't really watch her and didn't know her. Yeah, again, you just treated her like a human being, which at the end of the day, I have to say, is very preferable at times. Like, please, like, enjoy the hell out of my work. Fall in love with these streams, enjoy the community vibe, root on, moments where I'm like excited for a project, enjoy the hell out of the YouTube videos I make. But me, myself, separate from the work I do, separate from the stuff that I make and put out into the world, treat me like a human being. That's it. It's a very simple concept when you break it down that way. For St. Jude Summit, I yelled in the lobby if anyone wanted to join me on a coffee run. Steph of Anime ran up and said, let's go. That's how we met. Fast forward to a few days ago, and knowing her connected me with someone else on YouTube. Started watching recently. Now him and I are set to collab. Dude, love that. Yeah, people are just people, and you never know where that connection is going to happen. Again, I just thought Ethan was a silly guy who had the same hobby as me, making YouTube videos, and he worked as the manager at a barbecue joint. And I thought that he was just going to do that, and I was going to be working my shitty day job, and we were just going to be friends who happen to have the same hobby. And then boom, fast forward, right? You don't know you can't predict what's going to happen to anybody out there. So you trying to get in at the executive suite level of a fully developed human being who is now a very popular creator is typically not going to work out from a networking standpoint. Treating everyone like a human being, you never know where that's going to go, right? Parasocial nature of streaming is kind of weird, as it's less a one-way relationship and more of a 1.5-ish way relationship. Absolutely. Like, there's recognition, there's familiarity, and at the same time, I am not going to invite you to my birthday party. Sorry, that's just the way it is. I'm going to wear my big stompers when we take that new picture. Oh my god, V, please. That will be amazing. I love it. Yeah, you're just a good person. I support you as a pal. Yeah, I mean, heck yeah. It's one of those things. It's like, I get to know aspect. I think that's the easiest way to look at it, right? None of you... It's so easy when you watch someone else on a screen to go, oh my god, they talk about this all the time. They do this all the time. They have these mannerisms. Because you get to observe like a digital visual image of me and hear what I say, because I basically get to monopolize the audio of a stream. I get to yap about whatever the fuck I want on this mic, and no one can fucking stop me. But as a result, it becomes, again, sort of like this thing that moves in one direction, where you will assume then naturally, and for good reason, that that's the sound you can control. Because I gave you the privilege to, though. But outside of that, you don't really know me. You don't know everything about me. You know the parts I've shared. You know the parts that I want you to see of me. And these are all natural aspects of who I am. But this is not 100% of who I am. That said, I've had a lot of people say that I act pretty much the exact same way online as I do in person. So that does make me kind of happy. I've dropped all pretense in that way just because I don't believe in fucking faking things for views or whatever. Or faking a personality for views. I just am who I am. But at the same time, I'm doing my job right now. I'm online. I'm playing a video game and knowing there's a bunch of people watching me, and I am trying to be as entertaining as possible. So there's a certain dynamic to my behavior and personality that might not always be present when I'm in person. Sometimes I'm a lot more chill, a lot more quiet because I'm exhausted. But when I'm doing my job where I'm online, it's like, of course I want this to be entertaining. I don't want y'all to just watch me fall asleep on stream. That's fucking boring, right? So, yeah, chat was counting on the B-Day invite. Chocolate Mama, hello, hi, welcome. Yeah, One Direction, the band also, yeah. Y'all got really parasocial about that band too. So kind of good that the subtitles shouted them out. It's true, you do? I do? I hope so. I've been trying to just be authentic because there's so many inauthentic content creators out there that I know could be better people. But it's not my bed to sleep in at night. That said, not a bunch of people, just hoodie. Yeah, we have masks we put on regardless of if we're friends at home alone. It's only natural. Right. And then the other part of it, I mean, that's the whole thing about, like, you know, code switching is like a big thing that, like, people talk about. It's like you talk different to your friends than you do to your parents. You talk different to your boss than you do to your best friend. Like, that's just the way that kind of works out. That is a very natural and normal way to navigate life. And that's not you being fake, that's you doing, I mean, sometimes it might be if it's like your boss. But that's just the natural thing that happens to us because we have different relationships, we have different levels of closeness, we have different dynamics. So, yeah. Loga, take care. Thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate you being here. I talk different here than I do in other streams. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, exactly. And that's fine. It's like a different part of your humor. That's not you faking things. That's just a different aspect of your humor, a different aspect of your personality that you feel more comfortable sharing with this particular community. That's just how that works naturally. So people will always make assumptions. I can't stop people from making assumptions about me, despite the fact I hate misinformation. However, people are going to make their assumptions about who I am based on how they observe me acting or speaking. That doesn't mean that is 100% of who I am. Even if they get that accurately, that's not my 100% personality. That's just part of my authentic personality I've decided to share with everyone. And the same thing, sort of going back to what Rat was saying with the like 1.5 sort of comparison, is I get to know some of you. I get to recognize patterns because I have autism. But I get to recognize some patterns within some of my viewers, my regulars especially, those of you who show up all the time and you like to be chatty and stuff. I get to understand certain aspects of your personality. That doesn't mean that I know you on a very deeply intimate level. I make so many assumptions about you. You're very smart and pretty and funny and wonderful and a good friend. Mika, that is kind of fucking parasocial of you. And we've talked about this a couple times. And sure, your viewer numbers are bigger than mine. But that doesn't mean that you get to just, like, show up and say things like that here. That's kind of like you throwing your weight around as a bigger creator, picking on, like, a smaller creator. I do find that a little bit problematic. So, like, if we could move away from that, Mika, that would I won't have to report you to the authorities, basically, is what I'm saying. So, thanks. Mika, welcome. It's good to have you here. Hello. If y'all don't know my beautiful, incredible, incredibly skilled friend, Mika, please go drop a follow. One of my favorite people. I'm so sad that the time together that we had recently was so short. I wish we could hang out every day in person. Yeah, Brian and I are friends, which means I'm also friends with all Brian's friends, which means I'm a big deal. Also, what the heck? Thank you, Butt Goose. Fun username. Honk honk. This just said geese are crash landing in your area. Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, how was your... I'm sorry. Bubba Goose, how was your stream? What were you up to? Please tell us a little bit about it. If you're brand new here, please feel free to read the rules so you don't get timed out by me and Modern Nightbot. I'm still playing powerwash when it's not on the screen. This is the ADHD in action. Thank you for joining. If y'all don't know me, my name is Brian, aka Girbeagly. I am a Korean-American full-time Twitch partner, YouTuber, and voice actor. I do a little bit of everything, a lot of variety gaming here. AAA games, indie games. I open up Pokemon cards. I do cosplay. We're doing a little bit of Powerwash Sim 2, or as I like to call it, Wash Slop, where I just yap to the community. And we talk about a variety of things. We're currently talking about parasocial relationships and how to treat content creators just like human beings and not artificially network with people who are established in any industry by simply just making friends with people. And then sometimes those friendships turn into weirdly beneficial things that you didn't expect, but are kind of like a nice little additional dimension to your friendship that you already have with people. Welcome, though. So, yeah, Goose, how was your stream? Please tell us a little bit about... Oh, my goodness. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for listening to the slap. I also like to refer to these streams as chat just gangs up and tries to convince everyone else in chat that I'm things that I'm not. And I just get cyberbullied to hell. It was good. It was fun. I was playing Winter Burrow. I've been here for a hot minute, but reread of the rules is never a bad idea. Oh my god, I forgot that you oh my god, Closet Trolls / Bubba Goose. It is lovely to see you again. I forgot you renamed yourself. Thank you so much for sharing your community here. I hope that Winter Burrow was fun, by the way. Very cozy in this day and age. Me when my friendships have dementia? Me when my friendships result in dementia, actually. Sitting in a room with the amount of noise. It's so funny. I was trying to... Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Nervly, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. If you got a gifted sub from Nervly, you better be saying thanks. Or I will have to hire someone to stand next to you when you wake up and look in the bathroom mirror and say, you missed a spot. And you go, wait, on what? What? I wasn't even brushing my hair or brushing my teeth yet. What are you talking about? And they're just going to keep going, I don't know, you missed a spot. And that's going to drive you mad. You'll become the subject of an Edgar Allan Poe story. And it will be very, very sad for you and bad for your self-esteem. It will be bad. So you better be saying thanks to Nervly. Nervly, thank you. Appreciate you, dude. No, seriously, I was talking to Morgan about it. I had 0 issues with anybody in Ashley's house. And I had so much fun. And we had such a Baja blast with everyone. However, there was a moment, I remember someone, I won't name who, Leggies, where I was asked a question by this person, Leggies, who I won't name again, just out of respect for their privacy, Leggies. and they wanted an answer to a question, and I started telling a story. And this person, Leggies, continued to interrupt me over and over again in the funniest way ever. I was laughing my ass off, and we were going on 1,000 tangents. But this person, Leggies, didn't get the answer to what they were asking for like half an hour. We already have a goose. You have to call them butt. True. So... There seems to be a hidden message here. If you can figure it out, someone in chat will donate 50,000 subs, by the way. I like that. I was like, oh yeah, so it's not me giving the community 50,000 subs. Someone else would do it on my behalf because you figured out the cryptic message that I was trying to share. Those are usually the best conversation. I was laughing my ass off in that room. I have not laughed that hard, and I needed it, chat. Y'all know I needed that after the 2025 I had. I needed that super fun friend time, those good girly vibes. It was, god damn it, I laughed so hard over at Ashley's. It was super, super fun. Also, it sucks because I ordered Ashley a birthday gift, and I was going to give it to her when I was visiting, and unfortunately, it didn't arrive in time because of the bad weather in the area. So I didn't get it until like 2 days after we all met up. And now I'm going to have to find either a really expensive way to ship it to her, or I'm going to have to be like, hey, do you guys, you and Max want to hang out again? And we'll drive it up. We'll drive up your present. But I got to figure out how to do that sometime soon. But I'm so sad because it was supposed to have arrived before I got there, and I could have just handed it to her in person. I'm here vibing and listening right now. Saw, welcome on in. Thank you for joining the stream. Also, speaking of gifts, I did share this, but I didn't talk about everything. And Mika, I don't know if you're still here. I don't mean to call you out of lurk. But my friends are the most beautiful fucking people in the world. Kat, Mika, and Ashley, the Mac crew, got me a care package because, again, they know how rough of a 2025 I had. And, yeah, dang, I guess I got to hang out again with everybody. Oh, darn. Or at least with Ashley and Max, yeah. They got me and Morgan a care package, which they did not have to do. But it was the sweetest thing. It had, like, skincare masks in it. It had makeup kits, one for Morgan, one for me. And also, Mika hooked Morgan and I up with these cool devices that we've been using nonstop. Morgan's been using hers for content. I've been using mine to catch up on Love in Deep Space. But it's changed, which has changed both of our lives, and we're very thankful for that. But like, it had snacks. I think I told the story of I ate the entire package of Hello Pandas in like 2 sittings because I was like stress eating them, and I was like, I'm so glad I have these snacks to eat. They're so yummy, and I don't know, just very sweet energy from those people. Just gave us like all these cute gifts and this like sweet, warm, nurturing energy and time together, and it was the best thing in the world. And I wish that there was a reality where we all lived closer and could just hang out whenever we wanted, because I love them all. Just got home from work, so it's illegal piss time. Well, listen, again, the internet's forever. Why are you admitting to your crimes? You're going to get in trouble. You're going to get in trouble. All right? That's all I got to say. Illegal pee breaks. Yeah. They're pretty epic. They are. Mac crew stays undefeated. I'll say it. So, do not collect $200 USD, but I need it so I can buy FL Studio and make music for everybody. But I need it. It's super wholesome. I know. It's almost like I, again, have spent years creating the best friendships I've ever had in my whole life with some of the best people that I've ever had the privilege of meeting. I don't know how. Because here's the thing. Again, I've been told multiple times that my reputation online, which kind of, again, it does kind of bother me to a certain degree, because people are like, don't know me for like the content I make. They're not like, oh man, I love your content, and it's like very recognizable because you're like, oh, I'm describing Girbeagly to someone. This is the kind of content they make. That very rarely happens. People talk about me separate from my content, which is nice, but I also want to, like, stick out for the cool stuff that I make as well. So I'm working on that this year as I put more energy into YouTube again. Again, new YouTube video up on the YouTube channel. Go subscribe to the main YouTube channel, youtube.com/Girbeagly. Go check it out. I put up a new YouTube video. I'll have more YouTube videos up soon that are less sad and less hashtag mental health. But go check it out. Slade, thank you so much for shouting that out. Also, Mayor, please get some wonderful rest. Thanks so much for hanging out so late. Appreciate you. But there's my reputation online isn't like, oh yeah, that's the guy who does these crazy voices during Let's Plays of games or anything. Like, that was me for a little while, but these days it's just, oh yeah, Brian's reputation in the content space is person who knows everybody through being nice, like I said. Which is like, I guess that's probably how I was blessed with all these incredible friendships and all these wonderful people who accept me and support me and enjoy my work. But also it's like, there are times I'm like, what the hell did I do? Like, who the fuck am I at the end of the day? I know lots of nice people. I know tons of nice people who get, like, way less recognition and have way less cool friendships than me. I don't know. I am just a person, yeah, at the end of the day, like the whole point of my original ramble was. But also, like, I don't know, like, why me? I have incredibly beautiful friendships with incredibly beautiful people, and I'll never be ungrateful for it, but just like, why me? I don't know. I'm just a person. There was scheming on that care package for a little while. I remember hearing about it a couple months ago. That's adorable. I love that. Good lord. What sweethearts. Yeah, I texted Max because I was like, Max, I need to know some stuff about Ashley, if you don't mind. So hopefully Ashley likes the gift whenever I can get it to her. Why not you? I don't know. I'm just a person, and everyone deserves this level of, like, care and support. As a guy who said Jim Carrey was the genie in Aladdin, I am never going to escape that, am I? You tried talking in front of an entire digital panel room that's all the way capped. I was nervous. You're a nice person who streams and is a great community builder. I'm glad I can be, but I really hope that, like, I also, again, separate my content from me, and I want to make sure that I have content that stands on its own as well, kind of thing, right? That's just my own ambitions, and that's, like, what I'm working towards this year. So, again, everyone who supports the return to the YouTube channel, y'all are beautiful for that. I miss doing YouTube videos regularly. I was also talking to Morgan about this. I don't know, people seem to like nicheified channels now. And it's like my main YouTube channel was all about gaming stuff, and it might feel like a little bit weird to just fully pivot. Like, I've always done, like, little update vlogs where I'm like, hey, this is what I've been up to, and these are the things that are going poorly in my life, and here are the things that are going well in my life. But, like, also with the, like, the recent algorithm changes to, like, YouTube and every social media and every content platform, sometimes I'm like, do people want me to separate, like, do I start, like, an alt channel where I only talk about that kind of stuff on it and don't do gaming content on that, and then just keep, like, gaming-centric stuff on the other channel? Because I don't plan really on going back to, like, Let's Plays. I don't really plan on doing that. Like, I like streaming them and talking to people during a, like, real-time game time. I don't know. It's weird. Sometimes it's just a combination of circumstances. So are you not included in everyone? You're starting to sound like Morgan now. Morgan's always like, okay, so what makes you the exception? So don't use that logic on me. I've learned how to talk myself into delusion. I've learned how to talk myself into delusion and counter all for logic. So don't you talk that way to me. Yeah, everyone's got 3 channels now. Also, you have a great voice. Literally, everyone I introduce to your channel comments on how great your voice is. Well, thank you. I just do a Markiplier impression. You know, it's funny, in the beginning of my Let's Play channel, people used to leave hate comments that I was just trying to do a Markiplier impression all the time. And I was like, no! This is just my voice, dude! And thank you, though, by the way, for the compliment. Start an alt channel where you only do goth shit. Oh my goodness. There's like a couple things like I can work into, because like I want to do like silly videos. I've always done silly videos on my main channel, so I'm going to do like my Q&A stuff over there. I have to do, actually it was an incentive that chat earned like a year and a half ago. That was me doing a smash or pass list of my own femlooks. Which might seem a little bit arrogant, but I'm gonna preface it with like, chat for some reason wanted me to do this, so we're just gonna do it. But that will be a funny video I'll put there. And she did hatch me from an egg. Matrix, thank you for the 7-stream streak. I appreciate that. Congrats on getting the class done. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of yap slop tonight. Welcome. Do it? Oh, no, I already plan on doing it. Don't you worry. That was already earned by this community for the YouTube community. So I'm going to be like, YouTube community, if you're not yet over on Twitch watching me, the Twitch community just earned this for you. You should go over there and join them. So, alt channel, and you should be doing the same, chat. I'm shouting out. I got a YouTube channel. Go check out youtube.com/Girbeagly. That's how anyone even knew who the hell I was in the beginning. Alt channel where it's the same content except you're evil. It's like starting from the beginning. Every time, yeah. I just keep doing the same video, but just the most horrible version of that. Oh my goodness. Big Mommy Alexa, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What were you up to? Let me, Maddie's holding you hostage. It's not a joke. Well, it's Black History Month, so you're just gonna have to deal with that. Sorry. Welcome. Maddie, thank you for the raid as well. Thank you. Chat, if you are brand new here, please read the rules so you don't get timed out by me, a mod, or Nightbot. I'm doing a bit of late night yap slop, playing some Powerwash Sim 2. Welcome. Thank you. Y'all are great. Alexa won't let me go help. Welcome. If you don't know me, my name is Brian, aka Girbeagly. I'm a Korean American, full-time Twitch partner, YouTuber, and voice actor. I do a little bit of everything. I play AAA games. I play indies. A lot of variety here. I open up Pokemon cards. I do a lot of cosplay. Welcome. We're just talking about a combination of treating content creators just like human beings and not trying to network from any kind of intentional angle. And also, me trying to, after a really rough 2025, find my footing in content again here in 2026 and try to, like, figure out what the hell my brand even is anymore. But welcome. Thank you for joining. Y'all are great. So, something I suggested made it on main. Oh, yeah, dude. I mean, that was actually one of the greatest suggestions we got when I was doing, like, a lot more aggressive sub and tip goals. Which, I don't know if people prefer that. Did people prefer supporting the channel when I was doing that? I think the whole reason I, like, put kind of a pause on, like, super aggressive tip goals and sub goals is because the number of incentives we have stacked up that I haven't even delivered on, which, to be fair, again, 2025 was not the year of delivery for many reasons. But, like, I felt bad that we had so much stacked up that I hadn't gotten to. But if people are like, no, I want things to work towards more often, then, again, that's really up to the community. That's the community's choice, not mine. But yeah, hey, Maddie and Alexa, how were your streams? What were you up to? Please tell us a little bit about what was going on here tonight on your side of Twitch. Brian was rude and changed it. Changed what? Oh, yeah, I changed it to socials because the exclamation point Girbeagly was confusing. Played Val and won every game. I believe that. All right? I believe that. Every time... I haven't played Valorant in so long, but I have a vocal stim here where every time I'm like, chat, watch this. Anytime I hear the phrase watch this, I do the Jet ultimate line of watch this. Feeds immediately. Get 0 kills. Because that's me as a Jet player. Although I did win the Neat Dude Valorant tournament pretty handily, I gotta say. I think I did okay. Me, Triz, and Alexa were playing Val and thriving. Nice. Who's everyone maining these days? They've added like 5,000 agents since I played last. I think people like an incentive, but perhaps we get around to a few more before going back to 1 William incentives. I agree. Watch this. Listen, I gotta rep my Korean girl, right? The insta-feed on Jet is part of my heritage, okay? That's just me being, you know, I'm just quirky like that. You know? I used to play a lot of Jet and Neon, and that was kind of it. I'd occasionally Sova if someone was desperate. Oh! Sorry, I have no ankles, and I must scream. I just like reaching goals, probably because of autism. I mean, we do have goals, but it's just like also no one should ever feel pressured to give. The world's on fire right now, and no one can even afford groceries. So, like, you know, attend to you and treat yourself to nice things first. And use exclamation MN and treat some of the organizations in there as well. Magatha, hello, hi, welcome to the stream. That's how I got into Val, was because of the, was because of that tournament. Yeah, I feel. Beans, welcome to the stream. Valorant's one of the 52 games I'm downloading. Can't wait to hate my life playing it. Oh, you will. I made Phoenix, but have been getting good with KJ. Okay. Clove, and Clove is one that I never played. Oh, wait, that's a lot. Wait, I played Reyna, right? That's her name? I haven't played, I played Fade in Deathmatch, but I've never played Clove. So, is there a list somewhere of all the goals? Yes, I have access to a Google Doc with all of it written down, but I'm trying to turn it into a Google spreadsheet so that the whole community has access to look at everything, and it will show the ones that we've completed as well. So, that is the plan. And there will just be like a command here in chat, and there will be a link in the Discord. So people will always be able to check it out. I've already done a bunch of the incentives this year, which has been great. And I plan on doing a lot more as I continue to increase my amount of energy and the spoons I have to even engage with the world. Outside of the obvious grief that I've been experiencing due to the stuff with my sister, just being an immigrant in this country right now, again, I don't want to bring up all the heavy shit at all. I just want to explain to people, I am exhausted 24/7, dude, reading the news cycle. That's why I like it that we just vibe here. And it's like we can bring up like, hey, the world sucks, and then no one is like, hey, all this triggering stuff, right? It's been nice to be able to just vibe and like be myself on camera for a bit. I'm full of soup and cozy in bed. I'm locked in hoodie. That sounds amazing. Tommy, Mommy, yeah, Reyna is a very fun character. I played her a lot. So yeah. Clove's the first non-binary agent. Yeah, I read about the voice actors' experience auditioning, because it was like their first big role, and they kind of popped up out of nowhere, and they said they didn't even think that it was like really a real audition or whatever when they first got it. So I think that's awesome. Also love that the Riot team hired a non-binary voice actor for that character. As someone who has semi-recently gotten to voice a couple non-binary characters, it's been really neat to see representation in a lot of those roles. Herd chef. I wake up with fear every day now. It's sick. Happy for games and pals and community. It's like the thing that's keeping me going, is knowing that I have so much more to live for right now than ever before. The fact that existence is resistance. The fact that I can create a safe space for other people to hang out in, or a comfortable space. I don't ever really want to call it a safe space, because anyone on the internet can pop up here and chat like we had earlier happen and disrupt the vibe. But we will always get rid of them as quickly as we can. We will always protect our space. It will always be a comfortable space where you don't assume that that's going to be the norm. And if I can help other people hang on and push through and do that, then I'm doing something, you know? I'm doing something more positive with my time. And I want to make sure that people know that them hanging out here and being awesome is something that really helps me through these tough times as well. For sure. A dangerous space riddled with booby traps. Guys, welcome to the Home Alone of streams. At any given time, you could have a blowtorch just light your hair on fire for no reason. Can strive toward being a safe space. I mean, safe spaces only exist if we have a safe world, right? That's kind of the way that it is. I don't think there's anything, like, especially in the way that the internet has kind of bastardized the idea of what a safe space is. Yeah, there's one of the Home Alone traps. Yeah, you stepped on a whoopee cushion, but the whoopee cushion was also full of skunk smell. So you now smell like a skunk, chat. Sorry. There's no such thing as a truly safe space until we make a safe world. So I've always framed it as a comfortable space. We make it a comfortable space for people. And someday, hopefully, we create a better world that it is not the standard to be allowed to exist as someone with pure cruelty and apathy in your heart. It's not the constant exhausting cycle of having to wonder if you're going to have to defend yourself each day, right? That's what I want to strive for. You've done that, proud of you, and all you do is speaking out. Not a lot of people in this space do. It's really wild to see that, right? Because it really is like one of those things where it's like, where's the breaking point for people? And it makes me sad. And everyone, like, to each their own. You know, there's circumstances beyond people sometimes. But, like, I don't know. I don't want to work with, like, companies. I don't want to work with streamers. I don't want to work with people who, like, don't hold the same values as me. That's just kind of who I am. And also just existing as a marginalized person in general. It's like, gosh, it's very easy to just be someone who cares. Like, I don't even necessarily have to be loud all the time. It's just I give a shit, and it's like, I don't know why people don't want to be like, I do give a shit. I do care. I do want other people to feel better about who I am and the spaces I move through, right? Haha, boobies. You're saying these boobies have traps? Oh yeah, they do. Oh yeah. It's a whoopee cushion, but I actually farted. That would be so gross. Inflating a whoopee cushion, but with disgusting. Makes me sad and like fear for who in my life would actually protect me and other marginalized folks when it gets worse. Yeah. I can't pretend to know the circumstances of everyone else out there. So my thing has always been, I stay in my lane and I do it my way. And I can hold disappointment in my heart for other people, but I'm going to keep doing it my way. I'm going to keep my head down in the ways that feel right for me. I'm going to make the noise I make. I am going to focus on the things within my control. I'm going to find the successes that I can find. And that's kind of just always been my mantra. I don't know, that's just like how I've always moved through life. It's like I move away from the people who don't, like, serve me in the sense of my comfort, like you said. I think comfort's a big thing that holds my friendships together when they can. So, I just want to see everyone eat. There's enough food at the table. There's enough seats at the table. I want everyone to eat. I want everyone to find success. It's the same rant I go back to every one of these powerwash streams, chat. The reason I get so excited when we do, like, good news and someone's like, I started making art again. I started writing the book that I've always wanted to write again. I started to go to classes at college again so I can get my degree. I'm like, holy shit. Let's freaking go. Everyone deserves to feel fulfilled, to feel comfortable, to feel like the things that they're doing serve them and benefit them in some kind of way. It's not just about, like, oh, making the most money. Like, everyone deserves to be able, like, everyone should have as much money as they need to survive, but it's like, also we got to attend to those, like, mental needs as well. We got to attend to our emotional needs, our hearts, our emotional intelligence needs to be appealed to. Finding those things that it's like, this is beyond money, this is like a greater purpose, this is something I'm happy to be good at, or this is something that, like, makes me feel fulfilled and like I am put on this planet to do this thing or to engage in this thing or whatever. Like, everyone deserves that. Everyone deserves to not feel lonely. Everyone deserves to find those things. And obviously there's boundaries to this. If you have dehumanized other people out of this cruelty that's based in, like, a bigotry or something like that, then fuck you. Like, you don't deserve shit. But people who are trying. You're the people who are out there. You're trying. You're trying to change your life. You're trying to change the world. You're trying to set goals that mean something to you. You're doing more than those cruel people. You're doing more than those awful people. You are deserving of all the success you want, all the joy you want, all the fulfilling moments that you want. You are so deserving of that. And at the same time, I think it would just solve so many of the world's issues. If people felt less lonely, if they felt less afraid of what their own future is going to bring, what time they have left to invest in the hobbies that they like, or the creations that they want to make, or the education they want to put themselves through. It would solve so many freaking things out there. And it's like, it would stop so much of the infighting I see. There's enough for everyone to eat. There's enough seats at the table, and everyone deserves to be a part of that. That's just the truth of being alive, you know? Powerwash Sim plus human rights is fuck. Fuck yeah. That, seriously, like, it really is that simple, though. It's like the people who have not changed how they think because, like, their parents fed them a bunch of, like, horrible conservative politics when they were growing up, and they instead of, like, decoupling their brain from that and being like, that sounds kind of wrong and bad and weird and exclusionary, the people who aren't smart enough to move past that, that's, like, their burden to bear. That's their misery that they die with. But the people who are like, wow, I noticed that the cycle is kind of bad and I want to break the cycle and figure things out that, like, benefits me, and, it's a human kindness to just not bug other people, right? You don't have to be out there screaming at the top of your lungs about everything you believe in all the time, because, like I said, rest is a big important part of that as well. But if you're, like, peacefully, like, doing the shit that you're doing, you're not out there disrupting and victimizing other people. You're not out there being, like, the worst version of you to other human beings, right? I hope people figure themselves out. I just want everyone to figure themselves out. I want everyone to find something that makes their heart beat. We all deserve that. That's easy. It's like, I don't know. It makes me so sad. It doesn't have to be this way. That's the thing that pisses me off. Like, it is, and we have to learn to cope with that and adjust to that. Become, like, better people despite the circumstances, and hold on to our beliefs and be kind and supportive of each other and find community and just, again, give a shit at all. But, like, it's hard. We do have to survive this. But it does really fucking blow that it doesn't have to be like this. And that if more people just realize that, we could all find that thing that at the end of our lives, whenever that is, we look back and we go, holy shit, I don't have regrets, because I really found that thing that I love. I found that thing that, like, made me fucking happy to be alive. I found those people that celebrated me, that I got to celebrate as well, out of an earnest connection as human being to human being. I don't know, dude. That just seems kind of fucking important to me. We're so hard to not be like the people who raised me. I continue to do so, as critical as I am of myself. I'm proud of myself for that. Absolutely. You're trying. You care more than those people, because they're going to stay stuck in their ways. They're not going to change. They're going to go, why do I have to change? The world should change around me. And that's how you get left behind, and you are viewed as a regressive person who's just not really meant to ever find true happiness, really. And that's a sad fate. I've been thinking a lot lately that none of this shit would be happening if we just fucking left people alone. Yeah. Instead of getting up the butt of everybody else and being like, why are they doing that? What's up with their hair? Oh my goodness. Why do they talk like that? You know, like, I don't know. Like, just fucking leave people alone. Why are you a big loser? Why do you have such a pathetic life that you are so concerned with the people around you not doing things the exact way you would do them? That's like, what are you, a fucking toddler? You know? It just... Yeah. I mean, that's not a weird thought. That's a pretty basic thought. That's where it all starts, Beans. Yeah, of course people are affected by their environment, right? And that's why it's us as human beings with functioning brains and autonomy and the freedom to make our own choices, to not just be like, oh yeah, you know what, my parents did say to hate people who look different than me. You know what, my parents are great. They're right about that. No, you're a fucking idiot then. You can't think for yourself. You're goo goo gaga baby about your own parents still. Grow a fucking brain. Be an adult. Don't be a fucking adult loser. Like, it's really weird that people do that. They get stuck in that. So, I don't know. That it's so easy. Yeah, wish more people would make their own choice, sit down and shut up. Right. Exactly. It's kind of the easiest thing in the world. See, we were talking about earlier, like social skills, right? There you go. Want a great way to completely hamstring yourself and be like, oh, I've always looked up to Markiplier. Oh, well, I better tell him how much I hate people from Korea. Like, I don't know, dude. Congrats on never working with the people that you looked up to in this industry. What the hell am I doing? Oh, this is the door. Shit, I forgot about that already. Like, good lord, dude. It's easy. If you can't figure that out, no offense, I don't know if you were meant to survive Earth. If you can't figure out that, like, community is bond, if you can't figure out that, like, kindness has its place in this world and is, like, an important aspect of, like, human socialization and, like, I don't know, you just are not smart. You're just a fucking moron. Like, I don't have to show you decency in the face of you dehumanizing people I care about around me. What are we cleaning? Check it out. It's a fun house. It's got weird, wacky tunnels and secret doors and stuff. So weird, the vast majority of people have the capacity for empathy, yet so many choose to model themselves after those who don't. My favorite thing, too, yeah, it's always very hypocritical, right? Because deep down, that comes from probably this deep-seated loneliness, and they're like, oh, I wish people, I'm jealous of that person who's surrounded by and beloved by all these other people. How about I become a vile, repulsive piece of shit and see how that works out for me finding, like, people to join me in my life? That it's like, oh, it doesn't fucking make sense, dude. You just did A plus B equals chicken. Like, what are you talking about, right? And then the other side of that is, like, they're modeling themselves after these, like, my favorite thing is, like, you got the alpha bros out there, right? Who are like, yeah, being an alpha, it's being your own dude. So I better follow the step-by-step guide that this other alpha dude who I'm intimidated by will teach me how to be just like him. It's like, oh, dude, you're getting way too into another guy's business so you can learn how to be a better dude? Sounds a little fruity, actually. Alpha, Beta, Omega mentioned. Kind of is, dude. I don't know. Sound a little Omega, brother. Ace, get some wonderful rest. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can see the tunnel spinning in the flashback, too. Yeah, it's cool. It's very cool. I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure, like, the whole idea of the manosphere shit is to steal your money so you buy a bullshit lifestyle guide. But also on top of it, isn't the whole end goal to think for yourself? You didn't want to be like, I'm going to figure out what manliness means to me. I'm going to figure out what masculinity means to me in my own way and be confident in that. Instead of, I need the approval of other men. Yeah, it seems a little fruity, dude. I don't know. It seems a little bit odd. And I'm not shaming people who are closeted. That's not the whole point of that either. It's just more of like, they always like turn to, I'm going to be incredibly bigoted and terrible. And it's like, you are, while emulating the behaviors they make fun of. Of like, oh, all of you are sheep. None of you are free thinkers like me. Dude, you just got your personality from a podcast. I don't know what the fuck to tell you, man. That seems pretty fucking boring to me. Pretty fucking stupid to me. So. No, we were not talking about blood types. No. That's really funny. Yeah, I'm type A. I'm type B. Their evilness has nothing to do with their closeted gain. Exactly. Exactly. It's just very, I don't know, as someone who has kind of been always forced to be my own person, because I wasn't accepted into the cool crowd or whatever the fuck. Not that I really ever had a desire to be a part of it. I just wanted people to leave me alone and let me be, but, you know, that wasn't how life worked out. I don't know. I've just, it seems so silly to me to, like, want to emulate someone else instead of being, like, I always hear that. Again, going back to, like, the content thing, I think a lot of the reason, like, so many people, like, at those after parties I was talking about would walk up and be like, oh my God, Sean! Oh, hey, Mark! Oh my God, I can't wait to be the next you. Which automatically is like, ugh. Why would you want to be the next anyone? Why don't you want to be the first you? Why don't you want to be the first you? Be the first fucking you, dude. Why is that not good enough? And if you go, wow, well, that's not good enough, then you have some deep-seated self-esteem issues you gotta fucking work on. Be the first you. Don't be the next anyone. Be you. I don't know. And more people just gotta get confident that way. I know that a lot of the, like, manosphere shit especially preys on, like, weak-minded, like, sad, lonely dudes who are prone to, like, the influence again of, like, a true alpha pack leader in their brain. But, like, you don't become your individual self without marching to the beat of your own drum. So I can't wait to off you, shapeshift, and take your place seamlessly. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, neat sauce. Yeah, right, exactly. You figure out what it means to you. So, I don't know. Bedhead, it is a beautiful quote. It doesn't belong on the quote list. Every quote, as you'll probably see if you use exclamation point quote, is a slightly different speed. Oh, we're doing the ski center. Gloria Conklin says, ahoy there. Welcome to Fumerol's premier tourist attraction, the Rushless Red Run. Precipitous ski runs, searing saunas, strongly flavored food, you name it. We take it all the way there. After Rushless went into dormancy and snow started to fall, we sensed a golden business opportunity and opened up Caldera County's only ski resort. But one thing we didn't anticipate was how dirty it gets up here. We only got the place cleaned a couple weeks ago, and already it's filthy again. All right, ski resort sounds fun. So, fan or, yeah. Some shape-shifting demon in my viewership? More likely than you think. So, I'm so glad some of you have a favorite quote that you just pull up like that. Pull up, chat. What are you going to do? Yeah, exactly. Accept yourself. Accept yourself. Live evidence of positive growth. I'm so good at speaking. The types of guys who bark so much but then have no clue how to handle when someone bites back. Oh yeah. Growing? Yeah, exactly. It's like, dude, I don't know. Sorry, you don't have empathy? Sounds a little bit like a skill issue, actually. What do you mean your brain doesn't have access to the full range of things baked into it at birth? Bro. Positive. Gross. God damn it, chat's getting better. Stop getting better. I need to be the best. It's frightening me that you're getting better when I am not. Alright? Quote 331's your favorite. Orange Jesus does not know your name. He is not offering salvation. Oh, God. Pull up, we fight in. You don't want to do that. You don't want this smoke. Merm's long gone to bed. I suppose someone needs to mention the double entendre. Wait, of what? What double? Oh, God. What did we do? Funny, drop the yaddy. You don't want the smoke, Chad, I promise. I was there when you said it. I'm glad. I'm glad again. I love the quote list because there are people who do have favorite quotes from it. Really funny, dude. Growth? Growth is not a double entendre, except in the most extreme of silly circumstances, Where if I was like, oh, wow, that rod really grew. The shaft is getting longer. Like, then we would have a leg to stand upon, a third leg, if you will. But until that moment, that is a neutral word in the English language plenty of people use for a variety of contexts. Okay? Yeah, see, like Hoodie did. You know what else has growth? A good investment in a 401k. Not in this economy, am I right? Hey, I have a master quote list on my phone that's been going for 3 years with so many people in it. Context has been lost to time. Ooh, that's a good idea. When I go, I reject that quote from my quote list. Simply store the receipts in your phone. Remember it a year from now? Brian, do you remember when you were a positive content creator? Remember when you believed in the human spirit? Remember when you believed in human beings connecting on a deeper personal level? Because I'll have been evil style by then. Evil mode will have been activated. Wait, does this actually have me trapped in here till I finish this? Oh, it's another one of those like multi-part ones. Okay. Alright, I guess that's fine. That's alright, I guess. Xander, it's fine. I almost played the Berry game again, but I was like, I don't have enough time to like put a good dent into it, and I kind of want to beat it the next time I play it, because I was told it's supposed to be like 10-ish hours long, and we put like 5 hours into it or whatever, or 4 hours into it like last time. So I want to get like closer to finishing it, and I was like, if I play it for like 3 hours, it's not really going to be worth, or like 2 hours, it's not really going to be worth. But I almost, well, no, you know what? You're not going to know what I was going to name my stream. Never mind, chat. Why would I give you that content before I could build hype for it? I got to do some marketing 101 on my content. Again, I'm trying to figure out my content brand. So, you won't know what the title of that stream the next time I play the Berry game is until I'm playing the Berry game next. So there you have it. My massive yeah, Jarvis, take that guy out. This guy can't stop talking about a schlong. Take him out. Jarvis, turn that guy's balls off of sports mode. Thank you. Oh, it is one of those, because it's like, do this one, yeah? Now do that one, yeah? And now the doors are open. I'm free. Free to be an evil gremlin. Look at me, washing. Kitty. Hello, little kitty. Hi. Berry game has multiple endings. Can't wait to see what you get. I'm sure I've screwed up some stuff in my playthrough. I'm sure of it. But I am very excited as well. I did see that it has multiple endings, and I'm very, very excited. Very, very excited. Yes. I like it a lot. It's been fun so far. Jarvis exploded schlong. I don't know why that one got me, because it's like the most simple one you could write. Jarvis, unscramble that guy's eggs. Jarvis, unpublish that guy's book. Jarvis, all control delete that guy's computer. Jarvis, charge that guy $1 more for gas. There we go. You know, he fell down the hole a million times. I fell down the hole like 3 times. Let's not exaggerate here. Come on. Jarvis uncracker egg is so mean. Jarvis, let's get that guy back in the closet. That's so rude. He's so fucking rude. Jarvis, unjork that guy's penar. Yeah, force quit OBS. Oh, God. Yeah, $1 more for gas is a death sentence. gas went down for like a little bit, and then, you know, and now it's back to, it is an unfavorable experience to refill my gas tank. Not that it ever really was a favorable experience. Not to, like, politics post on Maine more, but, like, that is my funniest comeback. Because all these dudes just talk from a script, talking about, like, manosphere dudes. They're always like, oh, yeah, well, you don't like Trump, Joe Biden. And I'm like, I don't like that guy either. Why are you bringing up his name? No one said anything about Biden. Fuck that guy, too. What are you saying? Like, why are you just saying that? Oh, yeah, also, like, fuck Ronald McDonald, dude. I don't know. Like, unmilk his cereal. That sounds gross. How would you extract the milk? Unmilking something, especially if it was a cow. Ugh. You put the milk back in the udder? Is that how that works? Is chat's a bad influence on me? Yeah. Fuck Ronald McDonald had me choke on coffee. Yeah, if we're just throwing out random ass names, it's like, all right, cool, dude. Yeah. I can say random people that were not a part of this conversation also. Like, what are you doing, dude? Someone's into that. Yeah, Clinton was in that. Yeah, fuck the Clintons. Fuck them. I don't give a shit. Yeah. Another political dynasty that's been fueled by super PACs their entire lives. Fuck them. I don't give a shit about them. My sister wants a mini cow. I don't understand why. Wait, is that like a specific breed of cow, or is like, is this like a whole thing? Yeah, they think we're no-life fanboys of the Canada. Dude, yeah, it's like, that's, stop treating politicians like they're celebrities. Like, fuck off with that shit. I'm not buying politicians' merch. I'm not fucking, like, dude, I don't care. I don't follow what they're doing, their day-to-day life. Like, holy shit, that's cringe. That's what they do because they have to desperately cling on to some weird idealism. It's bizarre. I saw a video, they re-dried the pieces, unmilked the whole bowl. Is this real? That sounds just like freeze-dried the milk? Ew! Love how I checked back into unmilking cows. Yeah, like, would you put the milk back in the cow udder? You know? Quote cuts, give me something good. That one's not too bad. I want a Highland cow. Those are cute. Gonna head to bed, get some sleep. Nerdway, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for vibing. Appreciate having you here. Thank you for your generosity with the gifted subs earlier as well, dude. And great work on Iron Lung. Great fucking work. Everyone, round of applause to Nervly and the whole Iron Lung team. Oftentimes unsung heroes of a production because, like, yeah, obviously everyone knows Mark was a part of it. And he did great, and he deserves recognition for making his dream come true. But that dream doesn't come true without an entire team at his back of incredibly skilled human beings who are also equally passionate about making this cool project even happen. And look at how goddamn successful it is. Critical feedback aside, that movie annihilated big budget AAA films in the theater. That movie, on a shoestring budget, did more in the theater scene than a production that was funded by Amazon. And for a little bit was ahead of Sam Raimi, who is an established director and writer. Like, that's crazy, dude. Independent film, like, independent creativity is so awesome. Never we get some wonderful rest, dude. Appreciate you a ton. I pushed Slovenian model documentary. That's a great name for it. The number 3, it sure did. I love all the jokes that are like, yeah, had to be alone with my thoughts, so I went to a showing of Milani. Because I knew no one would be in the theater. Going out alert to say, hooray, Iron Lung, hooray, Iron Lung. Beans, other beans, good to see you here. Mini cows are a specific kind of cow, very small, called dogs in cow form. That's cute. What? I didn't know about these little guys. I love it. Oh my god, I can be up here? Yes. I thought it was gonna, like, unlock a couple more areas, like, just one at a time. I can get the roof done up here. This rocks. Very cool. Very cool. Saw it yesterday, was quite impressed. Fuck yeah. Back to unmilking thing. Who do you think the captain of this ship is? In theory, could you untoast toast? I feel like if we broke down the science of it molecularly, we would maybe be able to find a way. Well, I don't know, because like the kinetic energy of something that's burned, I don't think would allow, like it wouldn't allow those molecules to return to a state where they had undergone that kinetic process that heats them up and toasts them. So I don't know. That would be tough. We'd have to like replace molecules, I think. So, oh my god, Beans, have so much fun with that. So, Rat, that's so funny. Everyone in the theater was reviewers. Yeah. Yeah, if I fall off, I can charge more. Chat, if my character falls off this and breaks their legs, then... Oh, wait! 5 billion subs. Thanks. Yeah, you can't... Untoast Toast has been fundamentally changed. Yeah. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. Ew, gnome. Why are there gnomes in every game I play? That's kind of awful. Can you unfreeze ice? No, I don't think that's possible. What? That would insinuate there's another state of being for water. You know, ice is frozen water, and you can't. I don't think you can do that. So, I want to invent the untoaster now. No, because that wouldn't count as untoasting it at that point if you scraped off the burnt part. That's you just removing part of it. That's not how that would work. As a baker, I know this. You cannot untoast it. Phoebe, get some wonderful sleep. Thanks so much for dropping by. Thanks so much for vibing. Gnomes are anti-fascist, are they? I don't know. They seem to have a pretty homogenous society as far as I've been able to tell from gnome mythology. Which is not always, you know, a red flag, but sometimes can be a bit concerning. Yeah, chemically you cannot untoast toast, exactly. I saw the toaster glow. You know what sucked? It's like, so obviously I'm like dealing with some heavier shit. And it's like that, like, oh man, once I get my mental health back, you bitches better watch out, because I'm going to go get those, like, blood appointments I need and stuff. And, like, part of me is like, maybe I just, like, I'm not trying to run away from grief. That's not what I'm trying to tell people that I'm doing. But there's part of me that's like, what if I just rewatch I Saw the TV Glow, like, 3 times in a row, and then it's like the next morning I'm, like, in the doctor's office. It's like, maybe that's what I got to do. They reproduce a toast does? I actually invented in my head an accessible kitchen cabinet that uses a bracket to slide downward and pull outward, but I have 0 carpentry skills to accomplish what I need to build the invention. I mean, that sounds kind of cool, though. That's a little fundamentally different than untoasting toast, though. I'll say that. From, like, even, like, a physics standpoint, like, those are really very different processes right there. Cried so hard the first time I saw that movie that I'm scared to watch it again. I think I've shared my story, like, a couple times. Oh, gnomes reproduce asexually. That's why they all look the same. Got it. So they're just, like, clones. They're essentially just, yeah, genetic code replicating over and over. Is that actually true? Do gnomes do they reproduce in mythology asexually? I mean, in the movie Romeo and Juliet, boy gnomes and girl gnomes, and that doesn't mean that they don't reproduce asexually, but, you know, some insinuations. And that is obviously a very academic resource, Romeo and Juliet, in gnome mythology. So, gnome mitosis. Gotta find a handy human to help with that prototype. Yeah. Gnomes pop out of the ground? Toast of Theseus. If toast gets untoasted, is it the same toast once it's bread again? Oh my goodness, not the toast of Theseus. Source, I made it up. What the flip? Me when I spread misinformation. Wow. Romeo and Juliet fucked. Did they? Is that canon? Are we talking fanfic again? It was explained in the sequel, but I didn't watch it. I did not even know there was a sequel. If I hadn't already started transition / egg crack, the ending of I Saw the TV Glow would have made the eggshell atomize. Yeah. I had already come out to Morgan at that point. But basically, what happened was we watched the movie because I just heard really good things from a bunch of my trans femme friends. And I watched it. And I went, whoa. Oh, they're garden gnomes, so they're made of terracotta in Romeo and Juliet? Okay. Got it. So I was like, okay, yeah, you know, as just a objective horror movie, it's abrasive, it's creepy, it's got some weird themes in it. There's a couple things that, like, you know, didn't hit for me. It was alright, is what I was thinking throughout the entirety of it. And as it kept going on, I kept recontextualizing it through, like, a queer lens. And we got to the ending, and the credits started running, and I looked over at Morgan, and I went, yeah, you know what, that was really good. I'd probably give it, like, a 4 out of 5. You know, I don't know why people thought it was mind-bogglingly, like, revolutionary. And as I said that, my voice broke, and I just burst into tears, dude. I just fucking fountains. Like, Studio Ghibli, like, Chihiro getting the rice ball from Haku in that scene of Spirited Away, where she has the gigantic Ghibli tears coming down her face outside the flower garden. That's what happened. Just all of a sudden, it just hit me like a truck out of the blue. I was not expecting it. My brain straight up had just been like, yeah, you know what? It was a pretty cool movie. It was really neat. And then just destructive levels of sobbing. And I just looked at Morgan and I went, yeah. No, I get it. So, oh, rat, that is so unfortunate. Another downside of Gen AI right there. You had to unwillingly learn about gnome reproduction. That mood, yeah. I saw the TV Glow changed me. I didn't cry immediately, but like 4 hours after. Yeah, that delayed processing, for real. Yeah, the Spirited Away food, so good looking, right? All Studio Ghibli food, amazing looking, makes me hungry. Beautiful, look at all the beautiful work I'm doing. Giving you a consensual hug, thank you. I processed it all now, it's good. The way the end just fucking hits you like that is so real. That last long shot that they have down the street, again, keeping it vague so I don't spoil it for people who haven't seen it, because I do think it is an important movie in queer cinema. I saw a lot of reviews where people didn't get it, and I went, oh, you're probably not queer. And I saw a couple reviews of people who were queer who also didn't get it, and I went, oh, you're probably not somewhere in the, like, trans spectrum or interesting gender identity journey spectrum. And that's okay. Not all art is made for everybody, and that's kind of the way I look at it. And obviously, we're not a monolith as, like, a community. Everyone's going to have their own subjective interpretation of what they saw on the screen. For me, it was very meaningful. For me, it was very powerful. Not everything in it landed still, even with that, but it was. I thought it was a beautiful reminder of everything that could be and can be and should be. But it was one of those things where, yeah, that ending, that like last shot before the credits, where you get this like that long road, that long street shot, very powerful, and then everything leading up to that as well. Bedhead, get some wonderful rest. Hey, it's in your name. Go get some good sleep. Thanks for the combos of everything from creators and boundaries to unmilking YouTube goals and queer film. It's been nice. It's great to have you here. Take care of you. Thank you again for chilling. I'll probably be heading off somewhat soon here. I just realized what time it was. Holy moly, moly, moly. Holy Moses. He's the guy who parted the Red Sea. Well, I don't know why I turned into like an old person. I'll have to ask Morgan what I was doing the other night, but she was laughing her ass off at me because I did like a old dude voice randomly. We were just like hanging out in bed, and I don't know why, but it was just like, that's the way they used to do it, or so, I can't remember. I just like said something like really bizarre over and over again in like an old guy voice. Funky, hello. Finished painting my roomie's room at the cottage house and treated myself to trying ice cream with red bean jam on it. It's really good. I do like a little bit of red bean jam on some ice cream, honestly. And congrats on finishing the painting project. That's awesome. I'm sure Roomie will appreciate it, or does appreciate it, most likely. Unless it was like a surprise, in which case they will appreciate it. Welcome, welcome to the end of stream, as a heads up. I will be ending the stream very, very shortly. One specific scene that I won't get into details about near the end that shook me to my core, because it was like looking into a mirror, and I remember just staring at the screen wide-eyed and crying silently. Was it the scene? Because knowers know. Wow, this place is big. Yeah, that scene fucking, hats off to Justice Smith for embodying a lot of the, well, a lot of people took away as like really awkward acting. It's meant to be awkward. That is a very powerful portrayal of how wrong everything feels. And it's done very well, in my opinion. They were there with me. We still have the rest of the house, but at least we checked off one. Heck yeah, yeah, getting through those tasks. Proud of y'all for that. The Mount Rushless Red Run Rush. Cool. Very, very interesting use of character acting in that movie, in my opinion. And like I said, not everything lands all the time. I'm not here to glaze the hell out of this film, but I think that people who question their gender identity, or have even come to peace with their gender identity, there's so much symbolic, first-hand representation that film doesn't skirt around or hold your hand about. It's like, hey, I'm here to destroy you, by the way. It's pretty powerful. Some powerful stuff, yeah. Powdered sugar! Sorry, I had to quote the Game of Thrones bad lip reading that I showed y'all the other night. Like I said, if you say powerful stuff, it's powerful stuff, yeah. Powdered sugar! I'm gonna watch it again. I almost watched it again the other night. Not trans myself, but I'd like to check this movie out as the main parent to a trans kid. I think it would help you probably understand your kid on a deeper level. I'm sure you're doing a great job just by having the willingness to engage with stuff like that and love and support your kid. But it does offer a very artistic interpretation, and again, at times, intentionally very abrasive interpretation of the trans experience. It doesn't pull punches. It doesn't want to be seen as just exclusively beautiful, because the truth of living this existence is that things are not easy, but that they're worth it. and you're not always going to be understood or supported or loved, and you're not always going to feel that for yourself. But it's worth it. Back to gnomes. In World War II, Norwegians used images of gnomes or elves wearing red pointed hats on Christmas cards as a visual protest against Nazis. Okay, there we go. Gnomes are anti-fascist. That said, I don't get along with every anti-fascist person because we all contain multitudes, and some people are so problematic in other ways, and I feel that about gnomes. So there we go. You're not gonna listen. Just because you have gnomes in your family on your grandparents' mother's side or something, it doesn't mean I will fall so easily to gnome propaganda in this chat. I'm just going to warn you. I see what you're trying to do right now. It's not going to work. I've had my own run-ins with gnomes. Yeah, I stuck them in a hole. Alex, I'll take things said out loud that I didn't really mean to say that way for 500, please. Gnome propaganda, yep. That's it. I tolerate gnomes only where they're rammed into... No, I didn't say rammed. I didn't say rammed. Now, this is mainstream media changing what I said to serve a biased agenda. Unreal. Jambo, hello! I've been lurking for 5 minutes, and I feel like I have something important to contribute to this conversation. I watched the newest Now You See Me movie. The narrative they had was that magicians actually helped stop World War II by luring Nazi soldiers with fake inflatable tanks, the art of distraction, so the war could be won. This is now my headcanon, by the way. I haven't seen the movie. Did you just spoil the movie? Jambo, hello, by the way. Did you just spoil the Jesse Eisenberg magician movie for everybody? Unbelievable. Unreal. Gnome Pagoda, real. I made a hat for Gnome. He was grateful. Letting your guard down. I see. And spoiled the entire film. Good luck, everyone else. Unbelievable. So what you're telling me is the latest magician Jesse Eisenberg movie is actually Assassin's Creed. Where they were like, actually, the reason that we won the Civil War is there was a magic alien artifact that allowed us to utilize magic alien special powers to defeat the evil at hand, the Crusaders, who were controlling the South, by the way. Jambo, I hope you're having a good night. Yeah, except instead of magic artifact, it was the magicians themselves. There we go. There we go. Jesse from Breaking Bad? That is a slightly different Jesse. Yo, Mr. White. We gotta do some magic tricks. Yeah. Listen, gnomes are way too close to redcaps for my taste. That's all I gotta say. Sorry. Sorry to any gnomes in the chat. Again, sorry if you got gnomes on, like, your mom's grandma's side or whatever, but, like, sorry. I can't take that risk. I'm a high-risk demographic for gnome interaction. I'll say it. My uterus is eating me from the inside out, so I'm instead watching streams you and playing ESO. I hope ESO's been so fun. I haven't played that game in a very long time, but every now and then I think about getting back into it. But then I go, I have literally no time ever. I'm sorry that that's happening. You've now synced up with some of chat, though. So, good luck to everybody. And welcome Jambo on in. So... You sound like the History Channel after 12 a.m. I'm Italian and Lebanese, so I am gnome adjacent, I think. Oh, so you're a gnome apologist. That's fine, I guess. My family doesn't have gnomes. Listen, you don't have to chat. You don't have to get defensive about this. I'm not here to judge you.
That makes you fat?
But, well, I am, but, like... honestly, if I taught you anything tonight, like, just be judged and know that, like, you can't change my mind on it. So you're just gonna have to live with being judged. That's okay. Kia, thank you for the gifted sub to Lincoln, by the way. Lincoln, enjoy the emote sub badge ad-free viewing. My goodness, thank you for that generosity. I will do my best in the next 30 days to not get canceled so you can keep using those emotes and not be labeled problematic for supporting a problematic creator. You're real for that? ESO is so good, and they have a major update coming out next month. So I'm just decorating my house to be ready for the new dungeon content. That helps. I see what you've done. I see what you've done. Listen, if I'm going to get back into an MMO, it's going to be Black Desert because I voice a boss I've literally never fought in it. Because it would require me to put, like, 500 hours into the game to get to him. So, you know, nomophobia was right there. Not the nomophobia. You say you distrust gnomes, but did you know when gnomes die, they turn into trees? They are environmentalists. I can disagree with the occasional environmentalist. Listen, we got to take into account intersectionality, chat, because just because I am like, oh, yes, I'm pro-environmentalist, doesn't mean I'm pro every environmentalist. You see what I'm saying here? Okay? Gnomes are inherently problematic via their own existence, so that's just the boundary there. I voice a boss I've never fought is exactly the flex you think it is. That is so cool. I literally did not think that was a flex. That was more of like, I don't even have time to enjoy the projects I'm in. I think the only games I played that I'm a voice in on stream are Cooks Are Forever, Boyfriend Dungeon, and the demo for Summer Haze Glory Days, which is coming out on Steam hopefully this year, by the way, if you're a fan of the 2007 emo scene Warp Tour days. I am voicing the main character in that as one of the voice options, and you'll be able to play that and relive the summer of 2007 on the road touring as a band frontman. Be kind of cool. Or front person if you want. You can make them non-binary. You can make them girly. You can make them guy-y. So, played this game since 2016. Powerwash them? Gnomes climb in your butt and heal your mental health. Alright, well, you know what? I did study. I do have a psych degree. So I can't deny the mental health part. I don't know about climbing in your butt to do that. But yeah, I mean, sometimes they enter your butt a different way. I'm not going to talk about it too much because it's like it's a very private thing to each individual. Which boss? I am Prince Goyum, the deposed crown prince, who is like the final boss of the Land of the Morning Light Soul expansion. And I didn't know that. I didn't know I was the final boss of that expansion. Yeah, Jambo, I mean, I was there too. I partially got hired as that voice because they were like, hey, can you do like a light Canadian accent? And I was like, I live 45 minutes from the border. Yes, I'm up in Toronto all the time. And then they were like, cool. Do you know anything about like the scene? And I was like, I literally used to tour and make emo music. So you have 48,000 hours in Black Desert, so you're like through the first third of the game. I had to quit because it was making Morgan mad that I was playing till like 6 a.m. Because I had like 1,000 or 2,000 hours in that game. So yeah. Gnome proctology. Yeah. There's a lot of science behind it. But yeah, I was recording. I knew I was a boss in Black Desert, Land of the Morning Light Soul. Longest fucking expansion name of all time, by the way. Also, I'm very sad because so I got to record for it, and a couple friends in voice acting had recorded for the Land of the Morning Light original expansion before they added on the Soul content. And Chat, I'm sure there's a gnome-shaped dildo out there. Yes, you don't have to speculate. Everything that's ever been thought of has been invented at some point because we are insane as a species at this point. Our brains have broken down into like base components at this point. I feel like we don't even have to wonder. That probably exists. So my friends who had recorded for other bosses in the OG Korean-inspired expansion in Black Desert, when they finished the recording sessions and their roles were announced, they got a care package from Pearl Abyss, who publishes the game, and they got official Black Desert merch. They got like beer, like actual like beer cans that had like Black Desert like logos on it, like Black Desert Morning Light like logos on it, and characters they had voiced on it and shit like that. Is there a dildo shape? No, I think they're like all kind of shaped like that. And then I grabbed the link for Summer Haze Glory Days, which was played the demo on Steam. Here, Bree, and all their main character voice one glory. Yep, I'm voice number 1. Select that one if you play it, and you will hopefully enjoy my voice acting in Summer Haze Glory Days. But they're naturally modeled. As opposed to artificially modeled. Well, I guess I'll have to look into that. Or I won't, actually. I don't know why I said I would look into that. Yeah, you know, after stream, I gotta do a little bit of light reading before bed. God. All dildos are gnomes if you're brave enough. If I like walked by one of my neighbor's properties and they had like decorated their garden instead of with garden gnomes and it was just like a bunch of like sex toys poking up out of the dirt, I would have a few questions. But mainly I would probably just like not make eye contact and hey, I hope you're having a good day, bye. Listen, Brookie, this is the way it always is. I'm like, oh, y'all asked a serious question and I'm giving a serious answer, and then meanwhile Chad is like, you know that the average gnome is about this many inches long, and it's like, okay, well, to the 2 people in chat who care. Ah, God. This is kind of the way it is. I don't get paid enough for this, honestly. Hashtag real. Okay, so. I said that in August? No, the reason chat is distracted is I've told this story like 15 times, so that's on me, honestly, for not having an exciting enough life. Sorry, guys, that the year that I was going through a massive amount of grief, I didn't have more exciting things happen to me. Wow. Ungrateful, unkind. Oh, good Lord. No, I have told this story like a million times, so please continue your debauchery, chat, if you feel like that is something that is going to be important to your sanity. In this day and age where we need whimsy to be alive so much. Yeah, I was in the middle of the recording session. I just told this story, I think, like last week, right? I thought this was the known... Good God. I was like, Jambo, thank you for the gifted sub to a gnome sex. So we have now learned that the misinformation or possibly disinformation trying to be intentionally planted here, which is, I guess that's like kind of par for the course with news these days, about gnomes reproducing asexually is truly fake now. Now we know. Now we know. That deserves like at least 20 more subs. Come on. I was recording for Black Desert, I was in the middle of the session. I was kind of fangirling out a little bit because my session director had just told me that he directed several episodes of Dragon Ball Z, or Dragon Ball Super, or no, Dragon Ball GT. Yeah, he'd done some Dragon Ball GT dub, which is a really fun dub regardless of how you feel about that series. So he got to do a bunch of that. So I was like, oh my god, that's so freaking sick. That's so cool. And he was like, I gotta go to the bathroom quick. Like, let's take 5, give your voice a rest, and go refill your water, whatever. And I like GT. Okay, yeah, there we go. And so I was like, damn, this is like really cool. And it's really cool you're going to the bathroom. So he went to the bathroom. I went to the bathroom. I got back before he did. And so it was like me, the way that we were doing it, because it was a remote session, there is a program called Source Connect that you use with voice acting dubbing, where you can see the director's screen and you don't have to record anything on your side. The audio engineer has your audio feed put directly into the Source Connect audio recording program, so that they can just go, oh, it's clean, or hey, you peaked the mic, let's do another take, or hey, if the director's like, oh, the inflection was a little bit off on that word, like, let's do that run again. So we were using that, and so Alex, the audio engineer, was like, hey, yeah, session's going great so far, by the way. I hope that you've been having, like, a lot of fun with this. It seems like you're having a lot of fun with this character. And I was like, yeah, it's just, like, really cool. I used to play Black Desert, so it's, like, really cool that I get to voice a boss in the game. And he's like, yeah, it's so cool that you're the final boss of this expansion. Like, you're, like, the big bad. And I went, wait, what? And he went, yeah. He's like, what? He's like, what do you mean, what? And I was like, yeah, I know I'm, like, a boss in Land of the Morning Light. Soul, like, I know. I'm like one of the big bosses, and he's like, no, you are the big boss. You're the final boss of the expansion, dude. What are you talking about? And so that was how I found out in the actual session that I was voicing, like, the big bad of the entire expansion. So that was kind of an embarrassing moment, but also awesome. And to be fair, when you do voice acting, especially dubbing, you don't get the script ahead of time. You cold read the entire thing. You don't know what the plot beats are, so that's why the director is there, to be like, okay, and in this particular case, I had the client from Korea on the call, and they would be like, okay, so in this scene, your character is doing this, so make sure you sound this way when you deliver the lines. All right, go. And then I went, okay, hey, what's up, guys? I'm the boss. Oh, fear my wrath. How dare you talk down to a crown prince? And most of you don't play the game, so you're just going to have to believe that that's how I delivered my lines. So, there you have it. Listening to a story while giggling, kicking my feet with pride and admiration. What the heck, thank you. No, it was really neat. But I'm mad because Pearl Abyss, who publishes that game, frickin' all of my friends who had been in the previous expansion got cool official merch care packages from Black Desert. They were like, oh, hey, thanks, Black Desert. Thanks for the beer. Thanks for the, like, beer cozies. And thanks for the like, t-shirts and shit. And I was like, oh, that's sick. That's so awesome. I just got paid money. And to be fair, it was like a really nice amount of money. But I just got paid money. I wanted some merch. It's kind of sad I didn't get, like, the beer cans with the cool, like, traditional, like, Korean tiger on it and stuff. Woe to me. Yeah, where my merchandise at? That's what I'm saying. Where's my merchandise at? What the flippity, dude? Like, I want that. I want that merch. So for I think it was Maj who asked the question in chat. There's your answer. You got a little bit of an answer to that. I was like, I want some beer. I can't drink beer, but I would put that on display forever on my liquor cabinet. But no, they were really nice to me. And I loved working with the team that I worked with. But it was very funny, like, in the middle of the session to be like, wait, I'm the main boss of the expansion? And they're like, yes, dude, all storylines literally lead to you. What are you talking about? And I was like, I didn't get to see the script ahead of time. I had no idea. Oh, my goodness. No one explained. When I got cast in this project, no one explained the importance of it. Oh, my goodness. I hope I do an okay job. And they went, oh, yeah, keep that voice. Do that one. No, I didn't. I told y'all, I got to do, like, my first, like, truly trained, like, dubbed anime yells. It was so cool. Chris, the director I was working with, this fantastic dude. After the session, like, he taught me, like, he was like, do your best, like, anime yell for this, like, power-up moment. And so I was like, you know, like, I did, like, trying to imitate the greats from, like, Dragon Ball and anime and shit like that. And I wasn't quite nailing it. And he went, he's like, this is going to sound weird, but I think you're afraid to go where you can go with this. I think you're actually, you're so afraid of hurting your voice when you're yelling that you're going to hurt your voice. So instead, what I want you to do is just frickin' go for it. And we did a couple runs of that, and he went, yes, dude. Yes. And he's like, if you ever move out to LA, we're getting you into anime. And I went, that would be neat. That face when you get paid in money. Yeah. Me when I'm paid money for doing my voice acting roles. Yeah, absolutely a display item. I've been sent some really cool stuff by companies for content creation stuff. Like, I've been sent some cool stuff for content creation. I'm waiting, because here's the thing people don't realize. Most video game actors, and you can ask most of us this, and we are very open about it. This isn't us, like, insulting anybody, really. It's more of, like, this is an accepted industry standard that makes some of us sad. Sometimes you don't even get a game key for the game you're in. I've had to buy so many of the games that I've been in. And I'll be like, well, they paid me enough money to cover the cost of it very easily, but also I didn't even get a game key. Like, I'll, like, email them. I'll be like, hey, do you know if there's any... Like, I'll email my casting director or whoever. Hey, do you know if there's going to be any game keys for us? And they'll be like, there's not. And I'll be like, oh, cool. That's all right. Just, you know, $60 out of my pocket. So, Did you see about getting in oh yeah, I asked my sources. They were like, nope, no merch for this run. And I was like, I want Black Desert Online beer. I want a plushie, please. I want a little Black Spirit plushie, please. So I struggle daily, even talking at a decent volume. Having to do some of the yelling for projects is very out of character for me, so I relate. It's like, I don't know. I love voice acting. I love that it does force me to be a little bit more outside my comfort zone, because I've done acting, I've done film, since high school. I started acting in high school. When I was in college, I did a lot of theater. I did a lot of student film. I learned the process. I learned, you know, really focused on improving my acting. And I just, like, voice acting was something I wanted to do since I was a child. And I got my opportunities to do it. And I really pushed myself. And I really, like, learned the ins and outs of the industry. And I took some great courses. Shout out to Red Scythe, by the way. I've only done observations with them. I've been doing classes with some other people as well. But I have people all the time ask me, like, where to get started. There's this guy named Junion, who is just a phenomenal, like, dude, I don't know how we got blessed with this dude in the voice acting world. But he is someone who regularly tries to find gems in, like, the diamond in the rough. Oh, Hoodie, take care. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for vibing. He is, I believe, a former acting teacher, so he like knows his shit, right? But then on top of that, he's just like the nicest dude in the entire world. I think probably the nicest guy in the industry. He just wants to help people learn. He genuinely like treats everyone like they're equals. Does not matter if you're a big name in the space. It doesn't matter if you're a beginner. It doesn't matter if you are someone who, you know, has done it for a while and just wants to improve. He's very non-judgmental. It's like a very safe space to like learn how to act. And his Discord's public, so like if you just Google Red Scythe Studio, like scythe like the weapon, like in Ruby, just look that up. Join the Discord. I'm in there every now and then. But he offers very affordable classes, like workshops, where you get to like get feedback from working actors, working directors. You get feedback from casting directors. And it's very, very price accessible stuff. It's like for the industry, I almost like think you should charge more based on the quality of like what everyone gets out of a lot of his sessions. But June is so fantastic. He's given me so many great little acting tips over the years. Even again, when I've observed in some of his classes, I've gotten to get a lot of great feedback from just observing other people. But he's constantly sharing little tips and tricks and help guides. He streams also. He's just really good to the community. I had something to say about him. Or wait, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, I've been doing voice acting. Yeah. I don't know. He is someone. The reason I brought him up is he is someone who really encouraged me to get out of my own head with acting. Where I do this thing like a little bit too often, where he called it, oh god, when he did this like voice acting competition thing that was really cool, and it was like $5 to get in, and that was it, and then you got like professional level feedback on your audition, and then like a certain number of people got to move on to the next round and stuff, and so it was like very, very cool from like a feedback perspective of like, wow, this would normally cost me, you know, $70, $80, maybe even more to get this level of feedback, because normally you audition for something and you never ever hear back. That's just the truth of the industry. There are very few project managers, there are very few directors who, because they're going through hundreds to thousands of auditions, that will take the time to email you back and go, sorry, you weren't selected. And then even less of them that will go, sorry, you weren't selected, you had too much noise interference during this. Your space isn't quiet enough to record in, or you know, you did a great job, but it just didn't really embody the character we were looking for, or whatever. That you almost never ever like get that. You almost never ever get that. I promise you. This is why classes are important as well. You get feedback from working pros. I love having him on my LinkedIn. You have June on your LinkedIn? Oh my god, I love that. One day I'll get the confidence to join the cool things he posts about. Join Red Scythe. It is Red Scythe is straight up it's a free to join voice acting community. There's people who are all the way to beginners, all the way up to working pros. You got people who are helping each other out with resources all the time. People answer questions. People always have questions like, how do I treat my space better for sound? What microphone should I get on a budget? People always are swooping in with recommendations. Sometimes, occasionally, there's a casting call in there. Stuff that's not like normally regularly available unless you spend the time to search for it. And yet here you have it, vetted and curated by a bunch of working pros who want everyone to have the opportunity to audition and to act and to have fun and to find themselves through this cool thing that we all love doing. But June really helped me when he was doing, it was called the Short List, by the way, the little competition he had. And he listened to my audition and he went, oh, the acting's really good here, Brian. You are chewing on it a little bit too much. And it's something that stuck with me because I had this like big dramatic monologue and it was supposed to sound kind of like heroic, I think. And I turned it into this like villain, like, oh, they're not gonna believe it when we finally strike back, like kind of thing. And I got like really evil with it, and that was the angle I took it at, because another thing again is just get out of your head, try something different. If the prompt feels like it could call for some variation, try the variation, go for it, don't doubt yourself, right? So I tried something different, and he was like, yeah, I like the acting in this, but you like chew on it a little bit too long. Sorry you don't pass on to the next round, because you just like, it's a little bit too drawn out. Like, you got to keep it a little snappier here. And that helped me a ton in my auditions. So he helped me get out of my head with that, where I've been cruising through auditions lately, again in 2025, with everything that happened with, you know, the passing of my sister. I wasn't able to audition. I turned down so many auditions last year, and I hope that it didn't hamstring me as far as getting more opportunities. It hasn't seemed to so far. I've been auditioning, you know, for some really huge and cool things, but it's one of those things like that kind of advice that you get passed on through the voice acting community becomes invaluable, and it's really, really neat to be able to engage in. But what happened was, so he had given me the advice of basically get out of your head, stop like over chewing this thing, stop doing this thing for like too much. And when I was doing the Black Desert session, there was this scene where in the original Korean, the voice actor made it this like, I'm a boss, so you're supposed to kill me. And it's been actually kind of great to be like, wow, like hundreds to possibly thousands of players have killed me. That's something I dreamt of back in the day. I was like, I hope I become an enemy that people just farm. They just kill the shit out of. And I'm allegedly one of the most annoying and hardest bosses in the game, which is really cool. Oh, thank you for the shout out, by the way, to June. Yeah, go check out his streams. He will answer almost any voice acting question you have when he's live. He is so friendly. So I was doing my Black Desert session, and the death scene for my character, the OG Korean voice actor made it this like, oh, I'm so mad I'm dying, basically. Oh, I'm so upset. I'm mad I'm dying, kind of thing, like in Korean. And I looked at the script and I was like, wait, but he's talking about these things, and I won't spoil it for people who play the game, now that I know that some of you do. I was like, wait, that seems kind of sad. So we ran it one way, the way it was supposed to go, and Chris, my director, was like, yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Let's do another run. And I went, hey, can I try something different? Because you're allowed to do that in a lot of sessions. You can go, hey, I have this suggestion. Can I try it? And if it doesn't land, like, we just scrap it. We scrap it, right? So I went, this sounds kind of sad, though. Do you mind if I try something different? And I did it where the character is, like, full on, like gasping for air as he's dying, but, like, weeping. Like, I never got to, like, kind of, like, regretful kind of thing. And my director listened to both takes back to back, and he went, holy shit, dude, you almost made me cry. Let's go with that one. And I wouldn't have gotten there without, again, we were talking about what, guys, full circle moment. Also, I just realized what time it is. Holy shit, I said I was going to end like 40 minutes ago. I wouldn't have tried something I thought was so different than the original take if someone like June hadn't encouraged me to trust my heart and try things differently. But, yeah, typical. I'm going to get to 40%, then I'll end here, okay? God, I forgot what I was going to say now. Oh, yeah, full circle moment, networking. I didn't meet June and go, ooh, I now know June. Now I'm going to use him for his connections. I'm going to ask him for auditions all the time and ask him to introduce me to famous voice actors. I didn't do that. I went, oh man, cool. Really nice dude, working professional in here. His advice helped me land a line in a way that made the director that I had for a project go, wow, that was a cool, interesting take. Let's do that. Let's stick to that. Let's put that in the final project. Time blend, I'm ADHD. 3 a.m. Believers Rise Up. No, I don't think so. We're going to end this, like, immediately. I'm getting to 40, and then I'm ending. Just like real life. I turned 40, now I'm ending things. It's just not worth it to go on. If this is the chat I have to deal with. Gamma, does she end before 3 a.m.? Oh my god. I got this shit. Why do I suddenly have doubters? Where did all my fans go? I don't have doubters now. What's that about? Oh, we're getting in here deep. Don't you worry about it. You don't have to tell me. It's been done gotten, you know? You weren't expecting any of that? Always keep them guessing. Keep them on their toes. That's the way that it goes. That's fucking beautiful. That's flip-flopping beautiful, dude. I'll say it. This ski resort, flip-flopping beautiful, dude. Sorry for the cursing. 40%. All right, everyone shut up. Here we go. Here we go. I got to end stream like ASAP so I win and you lose because that's more important to me than anything else in the world. The game rocks. 40% is so close to 50%. You might as well just keep going. Okay, Berry that I played last night. The incremental game that says, the next upgrade is so close, though. Are we referencing something, or are you a poet? I think I was probably a poet. I don't remember. Gift 100 subs so they can't end? I mean, I only keep the stream going as long as the hype train lasts. So, it's not... It's not really... That wouldn't keep me here for longer than 5 minutes. So... 50 is close to 16. I know. We normally do 50 or 69, I mean. I know. Them trying to rationalize that anything in Power Wash Simulator actually gets that dirty. I mean, people got hobbies. God forbid it, people have hobbies. Thanks, everyone, for being here tonight. I had a lot of fun. I needed, like I said, I haven't played Power Wash on stream for like a week. So it was good to just have some yap slop going on. I hope that it was good to kick back to vibe with, to enjoy the energy of the community. I hope that you enjoyed the very diverse conversations that we had tonight. There was a lot that came up tonight. I hope it was all so pleasant. I laughed a lot. I need these vibes these days. Things are weird in the world, and my community is the place I go to enjoy the company of good people. Good people in a good community, while the world ain't so good, like I say here all the time. I would do an actual gamba for the memes, but it would take up a bit of time, and it would probably push you over 3M by default, yeah. 69 is basically 100.
Punched me in the boob.
Fiddle Skittle, hey, what the heck? Thank you so much for the 6 months in advance. I appreciate that. I don't know if you want to do that. That's like a lot of days. That's like a lot of days. That is like half a year. I could be very problematic in that time, and then you're going to be stuck for like months with the emotes of a problematic streamer. Thank you so much for that support. Thanks for supporting what I do. If I redeem a story time, that the old texts. If he's right, you should just complete the level. Morgan will kill me. She will storm in here and she will beat me with rocks until I no longer move. I can't do that to her. I love her too much, and I like being alive right now, okay? Well, yeah, I make jokes about being miserable and wanting to disappear, but it's all hashtag for fun. Oh, good lord. Y'all are amazing. Thank you so much for all the support. I am going to get going here. I will not be live for Wednesday, most likely, unless I'm feeling extremely psychotic. Thursday, though, I should be live again. I'm going to really try to, like, take Wednesday off. Oh, God, I know me, though. I'm going to, like, work on a YouTube video. I got the bug in me now. What was that? Dude, it's like 3 a.m. vibes. All right. Y'all are amazing. Let me say some good nights because I don't get to do it every single time. So I will say good night to anyone who writes under Brookie writing LOL there in the chat.
I'm gonna go pee due to boredom.
Xander, thank you for the 5 gifted. Please do not lean into the meme of keeping me here with a hype train, y'all. Please save your money for funnier memes. Or not funnier memes. I mean better things. Thank you for that. Thank you. Y'all are amazing, very sweet, but also, yeah, good lord. If you got a gifted sub from Xander, you better be saying thanks. Enjoy the emote sub badge, ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. That is very kind and very generous. But good night to Brookie. By the way, same thing with the goodbyes as with the hellos. If I miss you with this goodbye, I will say hi and bye to you next stream, hopefully. There's nothing personal in it. Moldy, thanks so much for hanging out. Remy, appreciate you a ton. Always. Lincoln, yeah, the bug. Yep. Xander, thank you again for your generosity. Gray Lady, thank you for hanging out here. Beans, Mins, thank you very, very much. It was very nice vibes tonight. I really hope that people enjoyed it here. AL, always lovely having you here lurking. Thank you. Ace of Snakes, thanks for chilling. Matrix, lovely seeing you again. Funky, thank you for dropping by here. I was like, I remember when you joined like 40 minutes ago, I was like, you're here at the end of stream. Doubt. Paxton, thank you so much. Yes, goodbye forever. Thank you, everyone, for being so amazing. Not just to me, but to each other. Oh, it does this delayed hype train thing now. Am I actually stuck here for 5 minutes? Necromedy, thanks so much for vibing. I hope that you got some good art done. Liz, thank you so much for vibing, and also good luck with your art as well. Thank you. Rat, appreciate you. Always saw. Thank you. Nye, bye. Oh my god, I love the bye emote. Would you be mad if I started a hype train? No, you didn't have to even spend your money. Look at that. Free hype train for you. Twitch pushed it anyway. Yeah, I don't know why it does that now. It's super weird. It used to be like, oh, you earn it in the moment. And now it's like a weird thing. Matrix, what the heck? Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Or 101. 101 Dalmatians. Slade, thank you so much for chilling and lurking. Appreciate it a lot. 5 more minutes with Mom. Yeah. I was going to say we got the 3 a.m. thing now. So anyone who bet against me in your mind palace, your mind casino, you just won big. So this community is evil in the most beautiful ways. I don't need to hear it 3 times. I'm aware. Oh, god dang it. God dang it, Bobby. Lincoln, thanks so much for chilling. Appreciate ya. Thank you. I am aware of what time it is, chat, okay? I'm aware of it. Great! Oh, did the time change? Stuck forever. Biddle Skittle, thank you again for your generosity. Thanks for vibing here. Okay, great. Okay, that one actually got me. Big bet winning in the old mental, and that's all I really needed. I needed this. I needed that win in the Mind Palace's casino wing. Oh my goodness. Ah, God. Would it be kind of fun? No. Okay, wait. Is this problematic? If I did like gamble, not real gambling. If I got like a digital slot machine game, like the ones like my mom plays on her iPhone. Like if I played like one of those on stream, would that be like kind of funny? Or is that like too adjacent to actually promoting gambling? I played gacha games on here. I think that's even closer to real gambling because people like wail for that. Whereas like a Steam's like casino collection, like that was published in 2016 or something would be like maybe kind of scuffed and funny. I have no idea. And I just pretend I'm like a Vegas Mainer. Which is someone who mains going to Vegas for vacation. Just sit there addicted to spinning the wheel over and over again. It's only midnight where I'm at? Oh, la-ti-da. Enjoy your early night then. It's not always 3 a.m. Let us have this. It's true. Obi-Wan Kenobi-Wan, hi, and good night to you. We are leaving here momentarily. Yeah, Love in Deep Space does have... Oh my god, Brookie, you have no idea. Me and Ashley and Miko were texting yesterday where we were all like, everyone hold strong. Everyone hold strong. Save your diamonds. We're not pulling for Caleb. Sorry, Caleb Mains. Enjoy your current banner for the next, 5 days or whatever. We're all holding strong, and we're waiting to see the Valentine's Day stuff. And we're going to pull for the Valentine's Day stuff. Hardcore. I did not get the Office Romance Underdesk Beach POV card, by the way. I didn't get Zane's special card. I'm so sad. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm here for it. Fair, fair. Atticus, hi, goodbye. I know, they have... Oh, my God, dude. The fucking wolf cuts, the mullets. I should say, hello there. Hello there. I mean, it would be fitting for your name, truly. Thank you for the last second hype train, everybody. Again, appreciate it. I stick around for you, chat. I stick around for you. If there's a hype train, I can't say goodnight. But I've now said my goodnights. And we are now on our way out here. Actually got both the Caleb cards and 70 pulls. Lucky. Very good. Yeah, they did just announce the new banner, Lunar New Year vibes. I knew they would. I'm excited about it. So, hype train success. Anyone who contributed, I hope you got some neat little emotes. Or at least had a little bit of a laugh holding me hostage with money. What a weird thing to say. Thank you, everybody. You're very generous, and I'm very grateful for all of you. Thank you for keeping me in the game. Helping me work towards my dreams. And I hope the content's actually worth everything that people support me for. Thank you. Y'all are great. Truly. Yeah, holding for ransom. Truly. Y'all are wonderful. I'm going to get out of here. Thank you again for the follows, bits, subs, resubs, gifted subs, tips. We got more than 10 subs tonight. I always got to point it out because it doesn't always happen. But when it does, holy cow, the generosity. I am so, so grateful for all of you. I had so many great conversations. I hope that I kept vibes nice and light. You know, there was a little bit of existential stuff in there, but it was mainly more of hey, this is just what I've learned from my own life, and I hope that it helps you, and I hope that it helps you realize you're not weird for thinking this way or being the way you are, and that you are very much accepted here in this space. We will always make this comfortable for you as much as we can, and we're always going to do the best to just be ourselves. As a collective community here, we're just doing our best, and that is enough. Thank you for being you. This place does not feel the way it does without you. So thank you for all that you do. I hope that you all, though, enjoyed chatting and lurking. Thank you for engaging with conversations or vibing to whatever was going on during stream. Have an absolutely wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, whatever it may be for you. Finger hearts as usual. I'm going to see you Thursday. If you haven't checked out the YouTube channel, go subscribe there. Go check out my latest YouTube video. Let's get it trending. And this is the year of big dreams, big achievements, big goals for all of us. I believe in you. And you better keep believing in you or else goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, everybody. Please take care of yourselves, and, yeah, you better believe in yourself, because I do. I do. And I'm more important here. My name's on the channel. Oh, great, a new song style. I'm going to cut it off at an awkward point. You're just going to have to deal with it. So if you're dance partying, post-stream like you do in chat, sorry. It's just going to be a weird cutoff. Sorry to everybody else with autism. It's going to hurt our brains, but I have to do it for us. Okay, bye. I don't know why I'm still talking. Bye.
They say to blame it on the
Tried to give the best of it, but it was coming undone. Oh, every choice filled with regret, till the night we were done.